Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Michael, here with my friend Alex.
How's it going?
And boy, it's been a bit.
Yeah, it sure has.
So I think when we last did one of these, Alex, my Kansas City Chiefs had won the AFC Conference Championship game.
Yep.
And they were going to go to the Super Bowl. And we were like, okay, listen, it's going to be a little bit, because Super Bowl is going to happen. And, we just kind of have things going on in life. But we'll be back.
Yep. Right after that, Coming right back in hot.
Exactly.
And, things happened.
Things happened.
Events occurred.
Yep. Well, we're back a year later. The Kansas City Chiefs are playing right now in the divisional playoffs. And we're here with some more history of video game football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We got a really good slate of games to show off here today. We're going to be covering the years of 1997 through 1998. And even getting a little bit into 1999. And once again, it's been about a year since we last did one of these, right? When we last let off, we just barely exited the 16-bit era, and we entered the 32-bit era of video games, the Sony PlayStation and the Sega Saturn. So one would really expect that we would see like a really huge technological leap, but I don't know how much you like actually remember from a year ago.
I remember a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't really as big of a leap as you would expect.
No.
A lot of the games we saw, while they're still fun, still had hallmarks of the previous generation. They copied the basic template of Madden, like camera setup, kind of a focus on sim-based gameplay, similar controls and options, season mode, playoff mode, usually having an NFL license and being roughly about 28 to 30 teams. And while most importantly, it's while they started to incorporate some 3D elements, 3D stadiums and whatnot, or FMV or what have you, they were still primarily 2D games.
Yeah.
So the set of games that we're going to cover today, once again, 1997, 1998, this is going to change all that. Some of the games that we're going to see early on are going to still harken back to that 2D era.
Right.
But we're going to see that move into full 3D starting to happen here.
Okay.
Now, the reason why companies chose to go to this direction are numerous, but we're going to keep it to 3 basic points. The first is that these consoles that we're going to be covering, the PlayStation, Nintendo 64, they were built with 3D in mind.
Right.
As such, consumers expected 3D games, and since consumers were expecting that, companies started to focus their energy on producing these 3D experiences. The second is because since other companies were doing full 3D games, it became a bit of an arms race.
Right.
If your competitor's doing full 3D and that's what everybody wants, you're going to have to do full 3D, regardless of whether you can kind of afford to or not. It's you either do it or you die.
Yeah.
So everyone had felt that pressure to kind of do that. And finally, that was just a way of, you had to basically start going full 3D in order to match the other presentational aspects that were going on with these games. While you could do a lot with 2D sprites, the reality is 3D graphics allow you to show things like wrap-up tackles, have dynamic camera angles, make it closer to what you would see on TV.
Right.
And it helps to more closely match other aspects that have already been added, such as, full-on NFL presentation, announcer commentary, and the like. You simply just can't do that with 2D, or you have to try really hard.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why they ended up going with full 3D. And finally, 3D just was what this era was all about. Right? Sony had its mandate that you had to move towards 3D, and they discourage 2D games. And because of that, everyone was dragged kicking and screaming into the 3D era, and sports games were absolutely no exception to that. So today we're going to see our first 3D football titles. We're going to see companies take on the juggernaut that is Madden and even briefly come out on top. And we're going to see the introduction of the N64. We're going to get to our first games with that. The establishment of NFL Quarterback Club as a more legitimate competitor on the market.
Oh, wow.
And we're going to see these games become more and more sim-based, with one incredibly large exception that we will get to.
Okay. I think I know.
I'm
excited.
I think you probably do, and I'm excited about it too, because it's a hell of a game. So before we do get started, just a few caveats to go over. The first is that obviously getting all these games together and working properly requires a lot of work.
Right.
We're going to do our best to present them more or less how they would be presented if you're playing on a CRT and whatnot. So they're going to be shown in more or less a 4:3 aspect ratio.
Right.
They are going to be emulated. And one thing I do have to note with the 3D games is that a lot of them are going to look a lot crisper than you would expect.
Sure, yeah.
The reason being for that is that unlike 2D sprites or the two like a Super Nintendo game or whatnot, if you increase the resolution in one of those games, you still have to deal with the raw pixel count.
Right.
You're not going to really make that game look all that much sharper.
Right.
Whereas since 3D is being rendered here, you can make a game look a lot nicer than it would normally look on the PlayStation or the N64 if you render it at a high resolution.
Yeah.
So I made the choice to go with a slightly higher resolution just for clarity's sake, so you're able to like take a look at this and know what's going on. A lot of these games took into account that you would be playing on the CRT and you have a little bit of fuzziness to kind of like hide some blemishes.
Right.
So if we were to like render these at like a 320 by 240, it might not look particularly playable. So
fair.
These games are going to look a little bit better than you would expect, but
yeah,
I figured that was a good compromise in order to let everybody actually see these games and see what's going on.
Right. And it sort of accounts for like the lower standards you had back then, like when these were cutting edge graphics, they sort of carried that emphasis.
Yeah, totally. The final thing I want to talk about is cover athletes. This is going to be the era where the cover athlete becomes a really big thing. We started to see that a little bit the last time we did one of these. NFL Gameday in particular had cover athletes.
Right.
And there are also other games that would just be like one-off games like Emmitt Smith football or John Elway football. This is going to be the first time, though, that we're going to see like Madden have a cover athlete, NFL Quarterback Club have a dedicated cover athlete.
Right.
So these athletes were usually chosen for a reason. Gameday, for instance, a lot of times chose fullbacks and running backs to emphasize the toughness of their series. So we're going to talk about these players, kind of give a brief biography and talk about why these players may have been selected for these games.
Okay.
So get a little bit of background on some of these players, and some of them are going to have some interesting stories behind them.
Yeah, I imagine so.
So with that, all that talk about moving forward, we're going to start by actually moving backwards.
Okay.
With NFL 98.
Wow.
Yes, indeed. So this is developed by Farsight Technologies and published by Sega for the Sega Genesis. This is actually going to be our last Genesis game we're going to be taking a look at. And let's get this lovely thing on pause. There we go. So this cover athlete on this is Tim Brown. Now, Tim Brown's a Hall of Fame wide receiver, member of the 1990s All-Decade team. But at the time of his retirement, was arguably the second greatest wide receiver of all time. He was second in all major receiving statistical categories, touchdowns and receiving yards. He played this vast majority of his career for the Los Angeles and Oakland Raiders. And in 1997, when this game came out, he was at the height of his powers. He'd already gone to 6 Pro Bowls, out of 9 totally. He was going to go into his career, and generally was considered an electrifying player. He was a little bit overshadowed, though, because he played in Oakland.
Right.
And right across the bay in San Francisco, that's where Jerry Rice played.
Right.
And Jerry Rice is arguably the greatest wide receiver, not the greatest football player of all time. And combine that with playing for some just truly mediocre Oakland teams, he kind of just was overlooked, or at least he was to me when growing up. You heard more about like Andre Rison or Michael Irvin rather than Tim Brown.
Right.
Despite that, though, he played for a very long time. He played till the age of 38. He never quite won the Super Bowl, although he did go to the Super Bowl once with the Raiders. Jerry Rice, oddly enough, was on that team. Yeah, 39-year-old Jerry Rice. He was still incredibly good. And he eventually ended up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So wide receivers generally are incredibly cool, Alex. And they tend to have a lot of swagger. The Raiders had a lot of swagger.
Yeah.
And it made sense for a company like Sega to throw them on this cover.
Yeah, sure.
So, this game, first off, does not like it if you do not touch the controller for longer than 5 seconds.
Interesting. Good to know.
It has more or less your standard features that you would have, whether turf conditions. You can actually change what playbook you have, which is neat. Records, injuries, music test. Standard season and playoff modes. You can also do roster management. So let's just go ahead and just jump into, one game original roster, and teams really don't matter. Yeah, there we go. Buffalo against the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right.
I forgot that the Bengals Stadium at one point was called Synergy Stadium.
Oh boy.
I guess I'll be the Bills. Ah.
What should I do? Ooh.
Seems like we have some slight issues going on there. That's okay. We'll fix those up here in a second. We'll just jump in here and just play for a little bit.
Yeah, no worries.
We'll fix this up in a second. So, I'm going to start by saying this, Alex. Does this game look familiar?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So, one would think that there wouldn't be anything too particularly interesting to talk about with this game. And you would actually be surprisingly wrong.
Right.
And a big reason for that is there's actually no Saturn version of this game.
Huh.
Yeah. Now...
Yeah, I was wondering why did they release a Genesis game in 1997?
Well, that's a good question. So, I think it's really important to talk about where exactly the Sega Saturn was at this point. And to be very, very specific, the Sega Saturn was dying, if not dead, by now in North America. So while the Sega Saturn was a modest success in Japan, it completely just fell on its face here.
Yeah.
Now, to give you an example just how badly... how quickly and just how badly this system ended up failing. One, you can just look at how many games were released. In 1996, 119 games were officially released for the... That was an excellent pass on my part. Were officially released for the Sega Genesis. In 1998, 12 were.
Oof.
Yeah. So, it's not completely dead right now.
Right.
But it's well on its way.
Yeah. I mean, my personal... I never really touched a Saturn, I don't think. My knowledge of the Saturn, I can think of 4 games, and 3 of them include the words Panzerdragoon.
Yeah, pretty much. It's that and Virtual On.
Yes, and Knights.
And Knights. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, there's not really much to just kind of say about that. So, why did they pick this? So, it's a bit of speculation on my part, but the one thing that the Genesis did have was an incredibly large and fanatic North American market and fan base. So, it makes sense that they would want to put out a game like this that, it's going to be easy to put out.
Right.
This game literally is just built on the code of Primetime 96, which is why it looks so familiar.
Right.
Farsight's not the company that developed that game, but they definitely modified it. So, it's pretty cheap to put out, just update the rosters, kind of just do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And yeah, put Tim Brown on there, and see how many sales you can get. Even if you don't get a whole lot, you're probably gonna still do better than whatever you're gonna put out on Saturday at this point.
Definitely so.
So that makes perfect sense. It makes it really odd because there was no game released in 96 for the Genesis. And by this point, since they were basically starting to write off the Saturn,
right?
Why not just roll the dice?
Yeah.
So you'd think that would be it to say about this, and you'd be wrong.
Oh boy!
Because somehow, some way, Sega got into not financial, but legal trouble with this.
Oh boy!
So Alex, you remember Joe Montana?
I sure do.
Yeah. You remember how he was the cover athlete of Sega's NFL series for 4 or 5 years? Well, it appears that Sega approached Joe Montana for a licensing deal for a football game to be released in 1997. So they had discussed on and off for about a period of 6 months. And then, according to Joe Montana, Sega sent him a letter saying that, hey, we're going to just go ahead and cut off negotiations. He was like, all right, cool, whatever.
All right.
Then they released this game in May 14th of 1997.
Okay.
Now, Joe was not happy about that.
Yeah.
Because he thought that there was going to be no game coming out.
Right.
And it turns out there was.
Yeah.
So he ended up suing him in San Mateo Civil Court for $5 million, citing that he lost money and business opportunity over the 6-month period of negotiations with Sega. So I'm going to now quote from a San Francisco Gate article with an absolutely awful name called Montana Goes Deep Against Sega Video. The legal dispute centers on the apparent collapse of negotiations in which the former 49ers quarterback would have granted the Redwood City Company an exclusive worldwide license involving game simulating football. In the suit, Montana claims that Sega sent him a letter ago ending their business relationship. On that basis, he claims no contract applied. So his problem here is not necessarily that they even put out a game. It's just that they basically wasted his time for 6 months.
Right.
So before things fell through, apparently Montana had negotiated a contract that was going to be a 7% cut of sales of the new video game and fees totaling $825,000. Okay. The new product was going to be introduced May 1st, which makes me think it is going to be this game rather than, say, like a Saturn game that got canceled or something like that. So I did some digging. I did what any sane person does in this situation. And I went to the San Mateo Civil Court files that you can find online and dug through court proceedings.
All right, sure.
And since this case was settled out of court. It never went in front of a judge, so information is very, very sparse. But what I can tell you is that, one, they'd settled out of court.
Yep.
Which doesn't mean that Montana was in the right. I have no idea what happened there. That doesn't mean that like Montana was in the right or anything like that. It just means that they settled.
Yeah, they didn't feel like spending the time and money.
It was settled in November of 1998. Plaintiffs were Joe Montana and something called Big Sky Productions, which I believe is, since Montana's Big Sky State, I think that's just his holding company for him.
Right, makes sense.
And what I can tell you is that in November of 1998, 1 year after the lawsuit was filed in September 1997, it was settled out of court for some undisclosed sum. So, because of that, it seemed like it was pretty amicable, the settlement. Alex, I'm going to tell you this right now. There's not going to be an NFL 99.
Well...
And there's going to be a multitude of reasons for that, but I'm sure this probably played a slight part of it.
Probably a part of it, yeah.
So, yeah. That ends a weird tale about a game that should be incredibly, incredibly unremarkable. Now, this series is not going to be done by a long shot. It's going to be back. And when it gets back, it's going to be a hell of a ride, but we're going to get to that in a bit.
All right.
With that, though, we're permanently done with the Sega Genesis and in the 16-bit era in general.
Okay.
Now, there were going to be other games that were going to be released for the good old Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. Versions of Madden 98, for instance, came out. But we're not going to be covering those because, well, they honestly do not have an interesting story to tell.
Fair.
So we're just not going to worry about all that. All right, so the next game that we're going to be coming up here, it's going to be Madden 98.
Oh boy. Are we going in?
We indeed are. Seems like everything was running in the background, which is interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
But hey,
anyway, back to
this.
Good old comforting PS1 boot up screen. Yeah.
Ah, yes. So Madden 98, released in July 31st, 1997, which is going to be kind of the standard date for Madden games to be released for a while. Okay. Developed by Tiburon Studios and published by EA Sports for the PlayStation 1, the Saturn, the Genesis, the Super Nintendo, and the PC.
Interesting.
The Genesis and Super Nintendo versions are going to be handled by THQ.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Well, we finally made it to San Diego.
Boy, they win all
Now let's head into the
They
stadium
did.
for Super Bowl 32.
Madden 98 sponsored by Outback Steakhouse, apparently. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. Good old Madden Cruiser kind of coming on in here. Good old Qualcomm Stadium. Fortunately, nobody plays there. Well, no NFL team plays there anymore.
Yeah.
I think San Diego State University technically plays there on occasion, but yeah, as you can see, the year this takes place, the previous Super Bowl was Green Bay versus the New England Patriots, and Green Bay won. But yeah, this is...
Oh, man.
Yeah!
Oh, man.
There's a real, like, Monday Night Football vibe going on here.
It sure is. You were saying that, like, you know, the 3D had sort of become the expectation, and this is a real...
Hi, I'm John Madden.
Oh, we're going to bring
Welcome to Madden NFL 98.
Oh, well, prepare to be disappointed then, because this game's in 2D.
Well, they tried.
Oh, good old Madden 98.
Oh, they tried their best. You know what? Sometimes a great opening cutscene does a lot.
It does a lot of things. I'm going to say that a couple games from now, we're actually going to see an even better opening cutscene.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But, of course, we're going to get to that when we get to that. All right, so we're going to play a real fun game that's called Let's See If Your Controller's Configured Appropriately. Yeah. So, we're just going to say we're going to play this game. Nope. Well, apologies about that, everybody. Just don't mind us while we just fix some configuration issues. Go ahead and start doing your thing. Oh, it's just not even doing anything right now.
Let me... Okay. He's connected to the computer.
Yes, it is.
Oh, right. Wait. Oh, okay. It's working now.
All right, press up, down. Okay, so this is already configured. It's already configured, so we don't need to worry about that.
Cool.
It just decided not to work there.
All
right, we're going to just go back real quick. And actually talk about this a little bit. So, Madden 98 is a bit of a weird game, Alex. It's a final hurrah in many ways. The little theme music that we heard during that opening cutscene, the Madden 98 theme that's like kind of knockoff Fox NFL Sunday.
Yep.
Last time we're going to hear that.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed by that, honestly, because it was good.
Yeah.
It's the last 2D Madden, and technically it's the last Madden that's on 16-bit consoles as well. So far, as far as like features that it has, it's incredibly standard. You have your season mode, front office. You can do a fantasy draft, which is kind of cool, so you can mix up the teams. Otherwise, it's very, very standard. There is technically a salary cap, so you can't make a super team.
Okay.
And of course, you have these really fun actual photos of players now. This is when they really started doing that. So that's cool. But otherwise, it's a very, very standard game in many, many ways.
Right.
Just gonna randomize these teams just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, Broncos vs. Giants. Classic game from that era. I'll let you go. There we go. Yeah, so it does a normal thing of like keeping records and whatnot. Oh, you have to hit X real quick. There we go. Yeah, it wants to know if you also want to select a profile.
Yeah.
You can save your hot Madden 98 records.
Oh, man.
Ah, yes. So, this game, on its face, doesn't have a whole lot interesting to say about it. In many ways, you're going to take a look at it and be like, okay, this is like Madden 97 in terms of just how it looks. But they did do a lot to improve this game on the back end. So, there is a reason why they didn't do 3D. I'll start with that. They were worried about getting this game to run at an acceptable speed. They just didn't feel like the PlayStation could handle a bunch of 3D objects moving around at the same time.
Right.
So they kept it 2D. Just did 3D render stadiums, which do look pretty good.
They do.
Yeah, they do look pretty accurate to like what the stadiums were at the time.
Let's take a look
at the big thing they worked on was improving the AI. So it's dubbed Liquid AI by the developers, and the whole idea behind it was that they wanted to make it so that the AI was going to do like zone blitzes more realistically, zone covers, have backs pick up blocks more efficiently, do what's called like a brush block where they block and go out for a route, stuff like that. And apparently this was pretty successful. Reviewers really praised that system very heavily. It actually ended up getting a gold award from EGM, Electronic Gaming Monthly, averaged a 9.0 score, and most scores were roughly around there. So people really did enjoy this and didn't actually seem to mind, or at least critics didn't mind, the fact that this game was 2D. So EA apparently brought in a lot of NFL players regularly. I don't know who or what sort of feedback that they got from them, but basically just kind of let them know, like, okay, no, yeah, this is how we would do things, or what have you.
That brings up 1st and 10 at
and And yeah, apparently they got like a lot of really good feedback from that. Oh man. Poor Elway.
Yeah.
That brings up second.
It's an old man. He can't be hit that hard. So one thing, there are two things I do want to mention. There is an N64 version. It's called Madden 64.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, we're going.
Jeffers is going for it.
We're going. Yeah, go Jeffers. Jeffers.
Touchdown.
Fantastic.
Broncos.
Nice.
Oh man.
Let's take another
That
look
was
at that.
overly animated. I forgot that the
Yeah.
celebrations are just overly animated in this game.
They're pretty good.
They are.
I will say the sprites look pretty nice.
They do. Yeah, the one thing I do have to say is like they may have gone with sprites, but they did a pretty good job of making them look good. So, as I was saying, Madden 64 did come out this year, and it is a considerably different game from this. We're going to be covering that separately.
Okay.
Like, it's so different that I don't consider it to be like a Madden 98.
Right.
If that makes any sort of sense. And another thing I do want to mention is that the PC version has something very interesting behind it. So, this was the age of the internet. The PC version, while fundamentally the same as the PlayStation version in many ways, you can actually, well, during the season anyways, you could download updated rosters.
Interesting.
Yeah. As far as I know, for Madden anyways, this is the first series where you could... Oh, no, don't hit that button. This was the first series, first game in the series where you could do that.
Right.
And like the first mainline series where that happened. And that's something that's just like... That's like a regularly expected thing now from any sports title. That has, official rosters and all that. So it's kind of cool that they did that for the PC version.
Yeah.
It's not something you would expect.
Williams with the tackle.
Yeah. What little I did play this game beforehand, I am pretty impressed by the AI. Like compared to playing another game that we're actually going to play right after this, NCAA Football 98. The AI in this is much, much better. So, yeah, I think they've done a pretty good job overall with their just actually making a good playing football game.
Yeah.
Now, as a kid, I thought this game was incredibly unimpressive. I thought Gameday 98 was much better looking,
Right.
and played much better. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that now, but at the time I certainly did.
Davis with a 1-yard gain on the run.
So there were going to be other versions of this game, by the way, that just never made the light of day and whatnot.
Right.
So one of those was going to be for the Panasonic M2. Yes.
Touchdown,
For those of you who don't know, the Panasonic M2 was originally called the 3DO M2. It was going to be a follow-up to, well, the 3DO. And it looked like it was going to be an incredibly impressive system, but it never saw the light of day. For varying reasons. One, because 3DO was not a very well-run company that had a lot of liquid capital.
That drive.
No.
So, because of that, they actually ended up selling off a lot of the technology to Panasonic. And Panasonic was going to put out a console, but then they decided against it at the last minute, and they just incorporated it into their DVD player. Well,
Right.
DVD players, other technology that they had at the time. So yeah, unfortunately that didn't happen. And it was also going to be a Game.com version.
Ooh.
Yes, the Tiger
attempt
attempt at a handheld, like a real one. That never happened, mostly because, one, the Game.com was not powerful enough to handle much of anything. And two, I'm still to this day not convinced that the Game.com wasn't just an elaborate scam.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Second and 10 on their own 26.
So, I could totally have seen like the Panasonic, the M2 version happening because 3DO was, founded by Trip Hawkins, and because it was founded by Trip Hawkins, who used to be of EA.
Right.
Like they had a very close collaboration. Like there was a lot of like really weird 3DO ports for the 3DO ports, weird EA ports for the 3DO, like Road Rash and whatnot, and even an exclusive version of Madden that was like different.
So it's now 4th and long on their own 19.
A few people in the chat asking who's with me. It's my friend Alex.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Man.
Braxton
getting an interception.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at that play.
Yeah, they're just able to, like, previous games, like, doing zone coverage usually was just a huge liability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
now,
it's 1st and 10 at the 37.
now you can actually do things with it. It's really nice. You can actually run that defense and it's fine.
Davis
makes
the catch for a gain of 9.
I'm pretty sure this is not the first game that had commentary by Pat Summerall, but that's who's doing the commentary now. He was the longtime broadcast partner of Madden until John ended up going to NBC when they basically, I forget exactly how it happened, but he just ended up signing I think he just simply signed a contract with them once his contract with Fox ended and Summerall retired.
They just knocked that one down before it even got near him.
Yes, good old Maddenisms.
Good, yep. Just, boy, they sure did knock that ball down.
Mm-hmm. Boom. Tough acting tonight.
Touchdown.
One thing I really do have noticed about these games, it's a lot easier to pass.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say that, yeah.
All right, how about we do like one more drive, and then we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Right, that extra point.
The extra point is good.
Let's take a look at that scoring drive.
Yeah, Denver at this time was incredibly good.
Yeah.
You know, with a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Hall of Fame running back and a Hall of Fame tight end all playing in their... Well, maybe not necessarily in the prime for Elway, but the other two definitely.
Yeah.
That's how you get on a first-name basis with dirt.
It's very interesting to me that they kept with this like particular menu style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like it's a very standard like Madden style. Like you still technically see it like in their current games, but like everything from like the dotted line outline going around the boxes and everything.
On their own 17.
It's a very specific look.
Yes, definitely.
Man,
I would really like my receivers to look back at the ball
so
at least.
3rd and long on their own 17.
The bad news is that the Giants were pretty bad this time.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. It's not great.
So it's now 4th and long from their own 10.
I'm just gonna run that all-out blitz.
It seems to be working.
Oh no!
Well,
Trailer with the tackle.
All right, and that's Madden 98.
So it's now 1st and goal at the 10.
All right, we're just gonna go over here, switch games real quick. So EA wasn't done for this year, by the way.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they had one more game to kind of show off here, and that's a college football game.
All right.
So this is gonna be NCAA Football 98. Released in July 31st, 1997, developed by Tiburon Studios, again, with EA Sports, of course, publishing. Only for the PS1 and PC in this case. Yeah, there was no 16-bit games this time around.
Sports, it's in the game.
And its cover athlete is Danny Warfel.
All right.
So, Danny Warfel. Well, let's enjoy this intro first, and I'll tell you about good old Danaboy. Oh, that action.
Oh, man. Ooh, boy.
It's good.
Yeah.
Just... Some of these intros just feel incredibly random.
Yeah. I'm trying to think
there was definitely some Adobe product they could use. Yeah. Like, I have zero doubt about that. One thing I will say, in those circulating helmets that had these 13 teams, UTEP was one of them. Which was unexpected. UTEP knows many things. Not football.
Not football.
Well, I actually have a really fun UTEP story for one of these games. But that's a case of them being known for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
So yeah, NCAA Football 98, cover athlete Danny Warfel. Danny Warfel was the starting quarterback for the Florida Gators in 1995 and 1996.
Okay.
A two-time Heisman finalist, a one-time winner. He set multiple records in the SEC for passing over his career. He also almost got them to win a couple of championships. One time he got completely stomped by Nebraska, and the other time I think they finished third overall.
Okay.
Now, like many Florida quarterbacks, such as Tim Tebow, he didn't have much of an NFL career. He did get drafted by the Saints in 1997, and he actually did have about a 5 or 6 year career. He ended up retiring in 2003 after going unsigned. He did, however, go to NFL Europe and was a member of the Reigning Fire, where he won a World Bowl.
Huh.
Yes. So, good on him.
Yeah, that's good for him. I know very, very little about NFL Europe.
Oh, we're going to be seeing some hot NFL Europe teams.
All right.
And once again, I waited 6 seconds before pressing a button.
Yep, and now it's unhappy.
Yep, now it's going to give us those PlayStation loading times, so I hope you all enjoy those. Well, I guess while this is happening, I could tell you all that this is the first game in this series that's released on the PlayStation 1. This was previously known as College Football USA, and was on the Super Nintendo and Genesis. And it has a very similar feature set to those games.
Okay.
It's really good about having a ton of teams. It basically has all Division I football teams. One thing that it does have that those games didn't have, though, is a Dynasty mode.
Huh.
Yeah, I was really surprised that there was a Dynasty mode this early.
Right.
Now, the one thing I'll say about this Dynasty mode is it's not nearly as cool as later series would be. People really think of NCAA Football 14 or NCAA Football 11, their Dynasty modes being super in-depth. You go in there, recruit players,
right.
You tweak your program, you hire offensive and defensive coordinators. This is not that.
Okay.
Dynasty mode allows you to play the same team over multiple seasons. You'll have your players, go from being freshmen to sophomores, eventually graduating, and they'll get better as time goes on. And there is a recruitment function there, but the recruitment function is very limited. At the end of the season, what you do is you select what type of players you want.
Ooh.
It's you're I want a speed back, or I want a quarterback that is, more mobile. And if you have a player that retires, or I guess, graduates, I should say, then they'll replace that player with a player with that similar skill set.
Okay.
This means that if you don't have any quarterbacks that are going to be graduating, you're going to get nothing.
Right.
Yeah, so it's very, very limited in that sense. So let's go ahead and jump on in here. In this case, I am going to be playing very specifically as UTEP, and I'll get into why here. I don't know if there's any particular team you care about.
Yeah, whatever.
We're just going to just do that, and... All right. Congratulations. You get the national champions.
Oh, boy.
We'll just do 3-minute quarters. We're probably not going to play an entire game. Just going to make sure that we are indeed at... Yes, we are. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to sound really silly, but I want to really make sure that we're there because I want to point out something.
Okay.
So, one thing that's important to talk about this game is how, what the engine is running it. So the engine that's running it is the Madden 97 engine. So this is something that EA is going to do for basically the entirety of the NCAA Football franchise. They're going to take last year's game and then they're going to modify it for the college game. So include more option plays or what have you.
Right.
And 82 degrees is not hot. I mean, okay, it is.
Not for Texas, no.
Yeah. I dispute this, EA. So because of that, though, the game not only looks a little worse, it also doesn't have those upgraded AI features.
Okay.
So this is going to be a game that's going to feel a lot worse in general. It's a little unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, there's an immediate... there's an immediate downgrade despite being from the same year.
Yep. Yeah, that was always a big reason why I didn't like the NCAA football games, because it's like, well, the Madden games just play better.
Right. There's
also just the fact that not nearly as big of a college football fan.
Right. Fair. Yeah.
But still, it was one of those things where it's like, if the NCAA football games were like better, I probably would have played them over Madden. But, oh, jeez, that was bad. Nebraska is a power running team, so you are picking the right plays. So the reason why I wanted UTEP to be at home is because UTEP plays in the Sun Bowl. The Sun Bowl is the third oldest bowl game in the nation.
Wow.
Yes. You would think it would be more important because of that, and you would be wrong. It is not. Although we did once have like the number 2 Pac-10 team, Washington State here, and they were ranked like 10. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
Run by number 5.
So the Sun Bowl is a mid-major bowl. It's usually Pac-10 versus ACC, or Pac-12 now, I guess I should say. And so it gets it's nationally televised. You could theoretically say a decent amount of people in the nation knows what the Sun Bowl looks like. And this is where I feel like these games lack a bit of an attention to detail. So, I'm going to tell you this right now. Sony's going to come out with has a series called Gamebreaker. We saw it in previous games. They're not going to have this problem. They're going to be a lot better about attention to detail. The Sun Bowl is going to look like the Sun Bowl in that game.
Okay.
Here, it does not. It looks like a standard bowl.
Yeah.
And so for me, like... And admittedly, there's like a little like hometown bias and all that. But like, given it's like a mid-major bowl, you would figure that it would at least be on the tier that they would want to kind of get close to. Especially since one of their selling points was we rendered all 122 stadiums.
Yeah.
And so it's like, no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. Well, they rendered it. They didn't say accurately.
You know what? Good point. Yeah, and there's something that you'll see like this, like half the concourse is blocked off and has like it has Texas El Paso on top of it. That's how you know it's like the Sun Bowl.
Right.
It'll be very, very prominent once you see that, and when we get to Gamebreaker where it does it correctly. So yeah, reviewers overall were not particularly impressed by this. EGM gave it a average of a 7.5, and they cited the AI as a big reason why they didn't like this game.
Right.
They did think Dynasty mode was cool, which. That's fair. Even if it is a little basic right now, it is pretty cool that they started to incorporate that.
Yeah, they're putting the idea out.
Yeah, it is pretty forward thinking, if nothing else.
Second and 12 at the 21-yard line.
Okay, let's see if we can't get yeah, go. UTEP getting 22 yards on Nebraska is already through this game is incredibly unrealistic. Like, UTEP could not get 22 yards on current-day Nebraska, and they're bad. So, they did pay attention to a little bit to some presentational aspects. So the announcer here is Chuck White. Chuck White is the public address announcer for UCLA and the Rose Bowl game.
Okay.
And he has been for the longest time. He's also, there's also a character called Chuck White for that's on America Dad, which made it really fun trying to get information about him. Because, boy, you just get inundated with American Dad. Which is a great show, but still, it wasn't helping.
Yeah.
It wasn't helping.
Does not help.
Speaking of bowls, there's only 4 bowls in this game. So if you play through the season, you can qualify for 4 of the New Year's Six Bowl, which were not called the New Year's Six back in the day, but don't worry about it. Those are the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the I believe it is the FedEx Orange Bowl, and the Allstate Sugar Bowl. I believe it was Allstate at the time.
Huh.
I don't remember that one, but it was the Sugar Bowl down in Georgia. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have any other bowls, so no mid-majors or anything like that. You can't go to the Outback Bowl. You can't go to the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Oh, right. You can't hit players afterwards, otherwise it's a personal foul. I sort of forgot about that. But yeah, I don't know about you, like, just playing this game a little bit, and maybe, admittedly, this is because I'm losing, and so I'm being a little tilted, but I don't feel like I am.
Yeah, no, this is not as good as Madden 98, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, this is definitely a step backwards.
The score is Nebraska 6,
Oh man, I would
UTEP 0.
normally not going to be interacting with chat too much, but I would agree. I would watch the Kentucky Fried Chicken Famous Bowl.
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely would, 100%. God, some bowl names are incredibly stupid. I absolutely love it.
By number 5 for a short gain.
So I figure we'll probably play maybe up till halftime, and then we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Number 30 is stopped for no gain.
Okay. I still can't tell the difference between running and passing plays in these menus.
Yeah, they're not very clear. The darker blue is running, the lighter blue is passing. But yeah, I don't blame you on that.
Right. Like, one thing I liked about Madden 98 was they made it real clear, like, the buttons that your receivers would be on.
Yeah.
And you could just see that, okay, that makes that real clear that this is a passing play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, totally. Yeah. And other series are going to do a good job about that as well. Like, Quarterback Club's going to be really good about that. But yeah, like, I guess, you know how I was, like, talking about, like, oh, man. Oh, jeez.
Oh, those are not the right buttons to press.
We're gone. Go tight end number 87. Yeah, I know how I was, like, talking about, like, it's kind of crazy how, like, Madden 98 still keeps, like, very similar menus to, like, the Super Nintendo series.
Yeah.
I guess I should have had the caveat of, yes, but NCAA football somehow hasn't be even closer. Absolutely no way I'm going to kick field goal. I'm going for that 2-point. I could take the lead, but I'm not going to take the lead. If I get.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
The 2-point conversion is good.
Alright, let's see if I can score in a minute and 51 seconds.
So one thing that I sort of wish I did beforehand, because I did play some of these games just to make sure that there wasn't any like weird issues with them.
Right.
I wish I had checked other teams to see if they had their fight songs. Because that's going to become a big thing in NCAA football, is make sure everybody has their fight songs.
Right.
That obviously is not UTEP's fight song. It's... I wouldn't say better or worse, actually. I was about to say UTEP's fight song was worse, but...
Fair.
You know, I actually kind of like it. It's, you know, can't talk too much trash about my university. Just about the football team.
You know, fair.
Yeah, so
number 6 for a gain of 9 yards.
I'm trying to think if there was a different fight song when Nebraska played, or if they would even play it because we're playing in El Paso. Oh, yes.
Pass complete to number 5 for a gain of 5 yards. First and 10 at the 39.
One thing I will say about having teams that are definitely not on the same level, it is making me tougher to determine if the defense is really that much worse.
Right, yeah.
Because, yeah, Nebraska's going to definitely be a lot better than UTEP at this point. Although I guess I was able to get some pretty long gains on you, so
yeah,
I'm going to say probably the defense definitely is worse. Which, once again, would make sense because it's using Madden 97's engine.
Yep.
All right, you got 48 seconds.
Run by number 30 for a gain of 11 yards. First and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Oh, no. Oh, you picked an option.
Penalty.
Oh, what? Face masking?
Ooh.
Oh.
Face mask on the defense.
Whatever. I'm just going to commit a personal foul then. I don't care. Okay.
First and goal at the 10-yard line.
I picked the wrong play for that.
Run by number 7 for a gain of 4 yards.
Yeah, you got 24 seconds.
Second and goal at the 6-yard line.
There we go. Yeah.
Run by
I know it's like a lot of these 2D games, it's really easy to get caught up on players.
Yeah.
Yeah, something that doesn't happen as often in the 3D games, with one notable exception.
All right.
That's a definite old Madden issue where
sure
they just run past the circle and then they have to double back with this momentum.
Yep. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's
unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. One nice thing is as we go further in this series. Oh! Man, UTEP with that upset. Well, that's NCAA Football 98.
Okay. First half with the score, UTEP 8 and Nebraska 6.
All right. So that's what EA had to offer up for us.
Okay.
So now it's going to be Sony's turn to show what they have, and Sony's been given kind of a perfect opportunity here. Mm-hmm. Like, Madden 98, I'll have to admit, I was having fun with that. But
yeah,
it definitely didn't push things forward too much. But because of that, they've already shown that they can compete with Gameday and Gameday 97. Mm-hmm. Now they had an opportunity to kind of just overtake Madden completely, and they're going to really make the most of it, I feel like. So this is going to be NFL Gameday 98, released in July 31st, 1997, so day and date with Madden. Mm-hmm. Developed by Sony Interactive Studios America, published by Sony Computer Entertainment America. And first off, this intro.
Yeah.
I want you to count how many plays and how many hits in this would be penalties, if not outright assaults. I do have to say that this intro does get you hyped up a little bit.
Yep, no, that's fair. Oh, okay, yeah.
Those aren't so bad.
Yeah, that's just some football.
Yeah. This is, though.
Oh, my.
Yeah, this one's ain't much better.
Look.
Yep.
Yep,
yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right, yeah. Okay.
Yep, concussion.
Not really allowed to just like jump into people like that anymore.
No, you are not.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yep. Gameday 98 is a hell of a game.
Oh yeah. All right. I see the energy we're bringing now.
Mm-hmm.
Endorsed by the Players Incorporated.
Yep. Yep, they got all the licenses. They got everything. So the cover athlete for this is Jerome Bettis. Jerome Bettis is a Hall of Fame halfback known for his power running style, particularly his ability to run over would-be tacklers. He was first drafted in 1993 by the then Los Angeles, later St. Louis, and now Los Angeles Rams. He wowed his team during his first 2 seasons. He won Rookie of the Year, was just a hell of a player in general. And he reached the Pro Bowl in his first 2 seasons. However, in his 3rd season, the Rams ended up getting a new coach, right? All right, that's how you do it. I forgot that these are controlled in a rather silly way in order to select teams. You got to use the triggers in order to select what team you want. Yeah, Chiefs versus Chargers. That sounds like a great game. Cool. Oh, may have gotten disconnected.
Yep.
There we go. So yeah, they end up getting a new head coach in Jerome Bettis' 3rd season, Rich Brooks, who installed a pass-heavy offense. This obviously was not good for his power running style. His numbers dropped, and initially they were going to move him to fullback instead, which would have been kind of a death knell for his career.
Right.
So he refused to do that, and in a weirdly magnanimous sort of move,
welcome to today's
the Rams were like, "Hey, we'll go ahead and trade you to a team of your
San Diego Chargers."
Yeah. So as long as they had interest, of course.
San Diego Chargers.
So it turns out that the Steelers really needed a running back. They had a running back by the name of Bam Morse, but he had problems with both marijuana and beating people. And so because of that, he I want to hit X. He ended up being tough for the team. So the Steelers needed a halfback.
Kickoff or receive.
So they ended up trading for Jerome Bettis, sent a first-round pick to the Rams. And this was a really weird case where it was a trade that was mutually beneficial for both teams.
Yeah.
So the Steelers obviously got an all-pro running back that fit their style perfectly. And the Rams ended up using their first-round draft pick to get a family on the case. On top of that, they would later trade for a running back themselves, Marshall Faulk. And between those pieces, Kurt Warner, Torrey Holt, and whatnot, they would have the greatest show on turf and eventually win the Super Bowl in 1999.
Incomplete pass.
Bettis himself would thrive with the Steelers. He would be their lead running back
2nd and 10
for pretty much the entirety of his career up until the final 2 seasons. And he would actually eventually end his career winning the Super Bowl with the Steelers in his hometown of Detroit.
With the quarterback set.
Famously saying that the bus stops here in Detroit. His nickname was
3rd and long.
I should point out.
Gotcha.
Because he runs people over and carries them everywhere. So Jerome Bettis was a hard-hitting running back, and Gameday loved to put hard-hitting running backs on their cover. So it made perfect sense that he was on there. So yeah. So probably something that's very obvious about this game. It's in 3D.
Yep.
So EA said that, hey, there's no way we could possibly do a 3D game that would run at an acceptable rate. Well, obviously Sony disagreed. And this is a game that, while it doesn't run at 60 frames per second, it only runs at 30. It still is a very smooth game. Like the 3D models, I'm not gonna lie, they don't look good. But at the same time, like they are recognizable football players. And this has the honor of being the first fully 3D football game on PlayStation, and I believe it would technically be the first fully 3D game on modern consoles, because N64 is not going to get their football game until October.
Right.
1st and goal on the 6-yard line.
They kept the speed up. They got to show off.
Incomplete pass.
Show off their prowess in developing for the PlayStation, which, given that's a Sony internal studio,
exactly. I was going to say, like, if anyone can actually get it to work, of course, it's going to be a Sony studio.
Incomplete pass.
So yeah, it was generally really, really good that they did this, because really what it did is it reinforced the image that this game was hard-hitting real football. Like, the actual impacts and tackles, like, feel... Like, it's weird to say that they feel more real, but they do. It feels like there's more of an impact. Alright, I'm going to try to kick a field goal here. Kicking field goals in these games sometimes is not the easiest thing. Yes, just build it.
It's interesting that you couldn't see that. Like, I feel like that was outside the limit distance.
Yeah, that is definitely something that, in order to keep up the speed, since we are rendering this at a higher resolution, you can see how players get, like, actually have different, like, models in the distance. And also, they cut frames out. They cut frames in animation. And, like, it makes sense, that's a good way of keeping, the frame rate up.
2nd and 2.
They had to just do those little cheats here and there in order to make sure that this runs the way it needs to.
Incomplete pass.
So one thing that they did that other games didn't do is the way they did tackles. They do actual wrap-up tackles, so players will actually grab onto them and drag them to the ground and all that. It hasn't been really shown here too much, but sometimes player will grab onto a running back, and running back will still keep going with the player dragging behind them.
4th and 1 on the
one thing that really impressed me about this game back in the day, and this was something that made me think that this was real football. It was the fact that you could actually run the ball. Like, I could actually pick, like a halfback dive play and go up the middle and get yards. Now, you actually could totally do that in other Madden games and football games. but it was also just like so much better to go to the outside. You just never did. So like it's false to say that this was the first game to do that, but it felt like it was to me because I was a kid and I didn't know better. See, there we go. So there's a good example of the round attack right here. One thing that, as I've played this game more, that I do realize isn't nearly as good is the passing. I think the passing in this game is kind of bad. I think the movement in this game is kind of bad as well.
A little bit, yeah.
There's no momentum to it. Constantly change directions, and while like a lot of older Madden games felt very swimmy, like you would do like very wide circles around everything.
Right.
They at least tried to like simulate the idea of momentum, and I think it was to their benefit that they did that. Here, they were just like, nah, whatever. You can just like change directions. Who cares?
45, green 47.
Oh yeah, somebody in chat mentioned this, but yeah, there's probably previous games you could do this, but I know you could actually play up to 8 players with this as well.
Oh yeah,
which is silly.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous, but you know,
it's cool that they did that.
Yeah.
So this game did have a pretty standard, a somewhat standard slate of
first and 10.
I picked a punt block formation. This is gonna go well. A standard slate of options.
I don't even know what I picked.
Like your season, like your playoff mode and stuff. One thing I will say that was pretty cool is that they had like real-time like Pro Bowl tracker. So like week to week when player stats were counted and whatnot, you can see like, oh man, my players are doing good. There's a good chance that we select for Pro Bowl, and it'll like have active vote counts and whatnot, which I thought was a really good presentational aspect.
Third and long.
I remember being really excited about that I could make sure that Emmitt Smith got to the Pro Bowl. He got so many more votes than Barry Sanders and all that. So like that was really neat.
On the 18-yard line.
25, 45.
So I do want to talk a little bit about the perception of this game. And so I know I've mentioned this a couple of times, but like the 3D graphics help emphasize that this was like hard-hitting football. The fact that they have Jerome Bettis on the cover is like, this is gritty, real football. They really wanted to emphasize this in all aspects. Like you can see from that intro, like it's hard hits. This ain't your grandma's football. Grandma has some opinions about football.
Yeah.
If you're from Texas, this is actually true.
On the 10-yard
My grandma had some thoughts about Barry Switzer.
With the tackle.
But yeah, like they emphasize this in the ad campaign as well.
Second and 10.
The ad campaign for this game was a 2-page spread that appeared in various magazines, and you'd have like a zoom in on like the offensive defensive lines, and it would say the copy of it would say it must be important when 22 men will go to war over a piece of land no wider than this ad. Yeah, it was so over the top and dumb, but I loved it.
Really great.
I loved it. Because like most like ads for sports games around this time were like realistic and for the discerning adults.
Right.
This is like one of the few that was like, nah man, we're just gonna just
third and 1.
Real serious, hard hitting shit, man. That was a bad pass.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna make this happen. Go for that dive.
Fourth and 1.
I should not have told you my play.
Oh yeah.
But I did. Oh, right.
Touchdown Chiefs.
So, these touchdown dances.
Oh, they're good.
I like that one doesn't get up.
Nope. He just stayed on the ground. He was just like, nope.
Yep. Just
my life
over my body.
My life is over.
Yep. I brought shame to my clan.
Blue 47.
So the reviews for this game were very good. It was a very well-received game. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave it a 9.0. They gave it the same score as Madden 98. They cited the revolutionary graphics. They thought those 3D graphics were great. They had other things to say about the AI, which I agree with. But yeah, they're basically... Overall, they said that you couldn't go wrong. When they did the 100 greatest games, it is notable that Madden 98 was like number 17 on the list, and this was like 30. Take that as you will.
Yeah, kind of didn't age well.
Yeah, and to be fair, it really has.
Second and 2.
GameSpot essentially agree with it. They gave it a 7.8 out of 10. Although they did note that Madden 98 was a football game. It should be noted that while 7.8 out of 10 may seem considerably worse, or at least a little bit more worse, GameSpot tended to be a little bit harsher on sports games in general. Whereas EGM had a dedicated review crew for sports games. So you could argue there was an inherent bias. No! So slow! Oh no, now you get to dance over my dead body.
Same dance.
Oh man.
Alright, how do I don't know how this works.
I will say you did not pick him. I think you may have picked the running play.
Yep,
you did.
With the tackle. The Chiefs, 17.
I love this game.
The Chargers.
It's pretty good, yeah.
And like basically everybody I knew growing up played this game. Like they did not play Madden 98. There was some physics on that football.
There sure was.
That is not how footballs bounce.
Oh boy.
How about we play maybe like one more drive?
On the 47-yard line.
Green 45. Hot.
Come on, Gerback.
Incomplete pass.
Yeah, like passes like that.
Yeah.
I thought he would get that there because like it didn't seem like he was defensed at all. But
Second and 10.
it seems like they do a thing where if like you have a defensive player near you, it does sort of like a Tecmo Super Bowl sort of style.
Yeah, it's like just roll the dice and see.
Yeah, the pass is going to be defensed. Oh man. Just decided to keep running that route. He did not go out for that block.
3rd and 1.
Green 47. Hot.
Oh.
Incomplete pass.
All right. I do have Pete Stoyanovich, but I'm not going to trust my kicker here. So I would have to angle it slightly to the left, and that's just not going to happen. There we go.
7-yard gain on the pass. 1st and 10 on the 30-yard line.
Red 25. Hot.
2-yard gain on the line.
I got that 2-yard gain. Happy about that.
2nd and 8.
Blue 47. Hot.
Incomplete pass.
That was an interesting case of you defeating yourself.
Yeah, I could have just run forward, but I was like, nah, I'll get it to my faster player, and nope.
Well, I really
Nope. 6-yard gain on the right.
this.
4th and 2.
Just gonna go for it again. Never stop going for it. I want you to know that Elvis Gerback was not known as a scrambling quarterback. Elvis Gerback was known as many things. People's sexiest man alive one year. Mostly by accident. They actually wanted to get another player, and they ran into him instead.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's actually a really weird story.
That's super awkward.
Yeah, I wish I knew the entire story offhand, otherwise I'd tell it right now, because it's incredibly stupid. But he's not a quarterback.
Touchdown, Chiefs.
Well, to be fair, it's era of Chiefs quarterbacking. Not good.
No, not so much.
All right. Well, shall we move on?
Yes.
Oh.
I do enjoy playing this, though. This feels fun, and as over the top as like the hard hittingness is, feels kind of good.
Yeah, it's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. Like I feel like Madden 98 is a little bit better, but like it's a perfectly fine game otherwise.
Yeah.
So speaking of, the next game that we have is another Sony product. This is going to be
Gamebreaker.
Yes, NCAA Gamebreaker 98, released August 1st, 1997. Developed by Sony Interactive Studios America and released by Sony Computer Entertainment America for the PlayStation 1. This cover athlete is Warwick Dunn. Gonna see if there's a hot intro real quick before I get into his career.
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they went with this particular style, but
that music loading in first.
Oh, so there's not.
There's none.
So I didn't think there was, but I wasn't entirely certain. So before we actually get into this a little bit, I guess I should talk a little bit about like what's going on with this.
Okay.
So this game does have like a bowl season and whatnot. It's relatively limited in like what bowls are there. It just kind of has like the New Year's Six, but like without like official names and whatnot. And like the championship game is called the Gamebreaker Bowl.
Oh boy.
So it's a bit more limited in the presentational aspect in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But you still have let's see if I can't figure this out real quick.
I don't know why this would be how you display those stats.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of doing that.
This doesn't feel like the most effective. I don't know what this means.
Yeah, right? Oh, I think you have to select one at a time.
Oh, okay.
No? Oh, my.
Okay, hang on. Hit circle?
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the one thing I really hate about Gameday and Gamebreaker is that the menus are terrible.
Yeah. This was very much in a time when it seemed like all the Sony studios were like, you just control it however you want.
Yeah, you figure it out.
Like, even internally within Sony, there was no standard control scheme.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Sorry.
That's all right. Well, I'll play this by myself.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah. I actually find it kind of funny how this ended up. New Mexico State is indeed the rival of UTEP, so...
Okay.
Funny how that worked. So, let's talk a little bit about Warrick Dunn.
All right.
Warrick Dunn was an exceptionally fast halfback who played for the Florida State Seminoles from 1993 to 1997. He started his final 3 years at the university. He's technically a national champion because the Florida State Seminoles won the national championship in 1993, but he wasn't really a starter until later, so it's not really listed a whole lot, but he technically can say he's a national champion. While he was at Florida State, he was an exceptional player, rushed for 1,000 yards all 3 seasons that he was with them. And he was just an exceptional athlete in general. He was a sprinter for the Florida State Seminoles. He ran a 10.3, which, not enough to like make the Olympic team, but definitely fast enough to win some meets. And that's going to serve him well when he's drafted into the NFL. He was drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He played 5 solid seasons for them before being signed by the Atlanta Falcons at free agency. That's where he really flourished. He was an excellent player there. At one point, recording 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons, including a career best 1,416 yards. I picked an option play. That was bad. Don't pick option plays. Try that instead. He was generally a fan favorite. Ownership loved him. Fans loved him. He, in fact, owns a minority stake in the Falcons now.
With the tackle.
Yeah, he was never inducted to the NFL Hall of Fame, but he did finish his career with over 10,000 yards.
3rd and 9.
And just generally was considered to be an exceptional running back.
Cool.
And once again, Sony really liked putting running backs on the cover of the games. So it totally makes sense that he ended up on the cover of this game.
4th and 3.
So, as you can see, the Sun Bowl is actually rendered accurately. This is how it looks. The colors, I think, are technically slightly off, but like whatever, they got El Paso, Texas in the back, so good on them.
1st and 10 on the 34-yard line.
So yeah, they're already doing much better than I would expect. Yeah, in general, this game more or less plays exactly like Gameday. We're not gonna spend a whole lot of time with it. Overall, I think this game is better than NCAA Football 98. In large part because, Madden 98 had the better AI and whatnot. NCAA Football 98 did not. So it's like on an even playing field with this. So this is basically just like that game, but it looks better and has a better presentation.
Right, yeah.
So maybe I'll get like another drive and then we'll go back to on.
Number 32.
Not a huge amount to say about this that we haven't really already said about Gameday.
Right.
And once again, they did tailor like the playbooks and like the style of play to be something a little bit more akin to the golf game. So there's a lot more option plays and like the wishbone set, other weird stuff like that.
Right. That's some nice attention to detail.
Yeah.
Blue 22.
Agreed.
The extra point is good. New Mexico State.
That's actually a really weird cut that they just cut.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, in a way, I kind of appreciate it. It's like,
yeah, you know, there's no frills, just make it happen.
Yeah.
This game also has like a much more zoomed out camera.
Yeah.
I just noticed that. I think I like that.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm perfectly okay with that.
And like it feels so that's interesting because it also goes back to that question of like render distance.
Yeah.
It's sort of what you've seen there, and I feel like this is also it feels like the textures are lower detail, or I don't know if it's textures or whatever it would be.
Yeah.
But it also feels a little bit smoother somehow.
Yeah.
So it feels like this is a lower detail but higher performance version of Gameday.
Yeah, totally. I think I agree with you.
They didn't go all in on those touchdown dances though, so.
They did not. No, they did not. Hey, next year maybe. Next year.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, we're not gonna spend a whole lot of time on Gamebreaker, so we'll just go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Go ahead and switch games up here. So, we've now seen what the future holds, Alex.
Oh, yeah?
But the next game we're going to see is going to be a real blast from the past.
Oh, boy.
And I'm excited about this one because it feels like the most ill-conceived game in the world.
Oh, yay.
This is actually something I think I've told you about before.
Let's see.
So this is Jimmy Johnson's VR Football 98.
Oh no.
This was released in September of 1997 by Padded Cell Studios and published by VR Studios for the PlayStation 1.
VR Studios. VR Sports Studios.
By the way, somebody said that, no, this is what our logo should look like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody said that was a good idea.
Yep.
By the way, I want you to just enjoy this hot FMV action that's going to be going into your eyeballs in about a second.
That I will.
Let's not take anything for granted. Let's go out there and play the game the way we know how to play it.
They pulled Jimmy Johnson off of his boat, and he's about to say vaguely football stuff to you.
Oh, man.
This is actually something we have to mute.
16 minutes of football. We don't let up on anybody.
Try to listen. Okay, we don't have to mute this quite yet.
Okay.
So, as we do this series going on, there's going to be times we're going to have to mute it because of copyrighted music.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect it to have to be this early, so I'm going to let you enjoy these few seconds of Gary Glitter's rock and roll. As I now mute the desktop audio. We can hear it.
Yeah.
Y'all can't, because I don't want my Twitch channel to be taken down.
Yep.
Of all the stupid games, I did not expect it to be Jimmy Johnson's VR Football I'd have to do this for.
Nope.
Thankfully, once we get out of these menus, we aren't going to have to worry about that.
Okay.
But in the meantime, we just sort of have to deal with that.
Oh, boy. There's a lot going on.
And
right
this
now.
song, too. This
one.
Why this one?
You know... I think this was a big year for this song. I think 1997 was a big year.
God. What an awful idea.
Oh, wow. I can control my own menu, though.
Yes, you can.
I can choose from all 5 of these teams.
Okay, so one thing I do want to actually give this game credit for...
Oh, okay. That's actually interesting.
They actually do have, like, a classic Browns team, even though the Browns had already moved by this point. Most games just chose not to include the Browns at all. Even if, like, they have, like, classic teams, they just said, nah, don't worry about it.
Right.
technically, they would do Classic Teams for teams that already existed, and the Ravens technically did not take their history when they left Cleveland.
Right.
So it's kind of cool that's this year, and I'm actually going to play as them. To Jimmy Johnson All-Stars.
You know what? I gotta know.
Yeah, gotta know. All right. Oh, we can unmute. Fantastic.
Excellent.
This is good because oh, I think because we're okay. Hold on. Yeah, I have to go back. Gonna mute the desktop audio again because song actually didn't come back.
Oh, interesting.
All right, great. Now we can unmute. Okay, so yeah, you go ahead and be Jimmy Johnson's All-Stars.
Okay. Oh, do we have to be in the same?
No, this is just something very. Okay, that's on me. The reason being is that we need to be in, like, a real football team in order to ask Jimmy. So let's ask Jimmy about the Oilers.
Houston's big offensive line and the offensive rookie of the year, running back Eddie George, control and move the line of scrimmage downfield. This, coupled with the exciting young quarterback-receiver combination of Steve McNair to Chris Sanders, will have Houston scoring enough points to keep up with anyone. Defensively, they can stop the run and have a good secondary despite losing a couple of players in free agency. They've lacked the ability to provide a dominating pass rush, which has made them susceptible to comebacks. This year, they will seek to put more pressure on the quarterback.
He does that for every team.
Wow.
Yep.
He certainly earned his paycheck. I'll give him that.
He did. You can tell that he had already been, like, as part of like Fox NFL Sunday for a while and all that. Well, not in his current era. Right now he's like head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Mm-hmm. But in between jobs he was with them. Right. And you can tell he's had some media training.
A little bit, yeah.
Jimmy's All-Stars, Captain. Call it.
Oh,
heads or tails.
Everything about this is terrible.
Oh, boy.
And yes, that is Jimmy Johnson's head that is on that coin.
Yeah.
So, Jimmy is not the... he's not an athlete, per se. I mean, he was at one point. Mm-hmm. Technically a national champion with the Arkansas Razorbacks, if I remember correctly, in the 60s. But I think it is... I think we will talk about him a little bit.
Okay.
Because, we enjoyed this game.
Oh, boy. This is a
bad game.
2 months after Madden 98 and Gameday.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So, it made sense why they picked Jimmy Johnson as their spokesperson for this game. Mm-hmm. Because while he's not an athlete per se, he is one of the most successful head coaches ever.
What?
Oh, yeah, enjoy that passing system.
No. No.
So it's a cool pass system because you can technically adjust where you throw it. And so you could, say, like, throw behind a receiver or in front of him.
Right.
The problem is that it just doesn't work out in action.
I don't even know what events occurred just now.
Oh, bad events. That's what happened.
3rd down and 8.
I'm gonna try that passing system again.
You have fun with that. Yeah.
Incomplete. Intended for number 84.
Sorry, you were saying about...
no worries, yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, so he was a longtime assistant when he ended up getting hired rather unexpectedly to be the head coach of the University of Miami. He and this was in 1983. He replaced a not necessarily a legendary, but definitely a successful head coach in Howard Schellenberger.
Mm-hmm.
And I butchered that name, but don't worry about it.
Jimmy's All-Stars.
He had left to go be the head coach of a team in the United States Football League. That hot mess of a league that existed for half a second. And Miami had just been on a very successful streak and whatnot. I believe they just won the national championship. And so people were just really skeptical of them. Mm-hmm. Well, Johnson proved them wrong. He ended up creating a legendary Miami team during his tenure there. Ended up winning one national championship and going to another, and just barely losing that one I believe Penn State. So he lost to.
Intended for number 33.
The Miami teams of that era were considered the bad boys of college football and are the subject of the awesome 30 to 30 documentary, The U. It includes such players such as Vinny Testaverde and Michael Irvin during his most cocaine-ish.
Oof.
And so people would criticize his team just how rowdy and whatnot. He just absolutely loved that though. He absolutely embraced it. So it wasn't long before the NFL came calling. Jerry Jones, who was a friend of his, they played on the same team in Arkansas back in the day, had brought the Dallas Cowboys, and he had fired longtime head coach Tom Landry. So he wanted Jimmy Johnson to coach his team, so brought him in, much to the criticism of both of them. Because at this point, Tom Landry was one of the 3 legendary head coaches of the NFL, alongside Vince Lombardi and Don Shula, and arguably Chuck Noll as well. And so, the idea that he would just come in and just straight up replace this legendary head coach was considered ludicrous.
Jimmy's All-Stars.
He proceeded in his 5 years to win 2 Super Bowls. Create a dynasty that is still revered today, mostly because Dallas really hasn't done a whole lot since then. And in general, was an incredibly popular head coach. Now, because of personal differences between him and Jerry Jones, he ended up leaving after the 1994-95 season. The Cowboys ended up winning a Super Bowl the following season. The most basically agree it's because of the players that Jimmy ended up selecting and coaching beforehand, rather than Barry Switzer, who took over for him, who was considered at best to be a caretaker. So he ended up going to Miami for a couple of years and just sort of hanging out on a boat, doing Fox NFL Sunday, and generally just living the best white guy life you possibly have, which is sitting on a boat and doing nothing.
You know what? I respect it.
Yep, I respect it too. However, the Miami Dolphins wanted a head coach. Because it turns out they ended up firing their own, they parted ways mutually with their own legendary head coach, Don Shula, that of the 1972 undefeated Miami Dolphins fame. And they wanted to make a big splash to replace him. And since Jimmy Johnson sort of had a history of replacing legendary head coaches and having immediate success, they went ahead and tapped him for the role. And since it was in Miami, Jimmy was like, yeah, great.
Yeah,
I can barely get off my boat.
Yep.
First and 10.
This time around, nobody complained that Jimmy Johnson was going to be the head coach.
Fair.
And that was perhaps his downfall. Because since there was seemingly no adversity to that, he already had a Hall of Fame quarterback in Dan Marino. The Dolphins arguably underperformed. They went to the playoffs in 3 of the 4 years that Jimmy Johnson was the head coach, but they never really got farther than the divisional round. And unfortunately, just never won a Super Bowl. After 1999, Jimmy Johnson retired once again to just hang out on the boat, occasionally fly to Los Angeles and give homespun football wisdom, and basically just do shit all.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson basically lives the best life right now, and I want to be him.
Respect.
On the play.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. That's great information. This is a terrible game.
Yes, it is.
This game is awful.
This game...
Yeah. I can't believe how terrible this game looks, feels, is thought out. Everything about this game is the worst.
It is one of the worst games in the world. Yes.
My God.
And you would not believe how much I have to say about this game.
0.
Yeah?
Look at how many pages I have written on this game.
Wow.
So, because just for some reason, the worst games have the most interesting backstories.
Yeah, that's fair.
And this game's no exception. So I mentioned that this game was a throwback in many ways. It's a throwback because it's a 2D game, right? It relies heavily on FMV. This would not be out of place on the Sega CD.
Yeah.
And it involves Jimmy Johnson. If we get to halftime, and there's a good chance that we will, because once again, we've got a lot to say. How is that not a completion?
I don't know. I don't know how this game calculates or figures out anything that's happening. None of it makes sense.
None of it does. No, it does not. And like if we get to halftime, we're going to see that like Jimmy Johnson's going to like either like praise or admonish our teams for how they're doing, and like this already happened. It happened with Bill Walsh College Football in 1994.
Yep.
So like, why are they doing this game? Like,
First down and 10 to go.
they had to have seen what was like on the horizon and been like, I don't think we need to do this anymore, right?
You would hope.
You would hope. Okay, Frank Wycheck, get this ball. You committed the worst pass interference. There you go. Yes.
But it felt really good to do.
I bet it did.
It felt really good to do.
So yeah, this game is like the most retro thing in the world. But the story doesn't end there.
Okay.
Alex, do you remember NFL 97 for the Sega Saturn?
Vaguely, yes.
Yes. So, this is not Paticel Studios' first football game.
Oh, yeah?
They developed NFL 97 for the Sega Saturn. They developed what was then the latest edition in Sega's football franchise. I selected... Oh, okay, I thought I selected a punt formation. I was about to be very embarrassed. So yeah, this game is like weirdly insulting to Sega's legacy because the code of this is NFL 97's code. So basically, we are playing Sega's flagship game on the Sony PlayStation. Yeah, it's like the ultimate insult to Sega. Their own game and their football franchise eventually ended up on their main competitor's console.
Yeah. But if it helps, it was bad.
Oh yeah, no, it's an awful game. So once again, you figured that would be enough to say about this game.
Yeah.
And once again, you would be wrong.
Curses.
The publishing legacy of this game is also strange. So the publisher, VR Studios, is a subdivision of Interplay.
First down and 10 to
Interplay of the Icewind Dale and Fallout legacy.
Oh no.
The developer Paticel Studios is a subdivision of GameTech. You remember GameTech? Do you remember playing Bad Wheel of Fortune games?
Gain of 2 yards.
Vaguely.
Yeah, they're the ones who developed that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're known for developing game show games for the Super Nintendo and Genesis.
Okay.
And then eventually they tried to make real games like Brutal Paws of Fury, an incredibly bad fighting game.
Yeah.
Incomplete.
And a way too ambitious Robotech game for the N64 that eventually just destroyed the company.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, they developed this game, and they sought out Interplay as the publisher, and Interplay did. But they originally were not supposed to be the publisher of this game.
Gain of 3 yards on the
What if I was going to tell you that Konami originally was supposed to publish this?
Fourth down, 5 yards
You know
to
what?
go.
That doesn't actually surprise me too much. Given Konami's history with sports games and just being like, all right, I don't know. Konami's history with sports games and how they,
14.
will tap studios in America to do sports games like that.
Yeah.
I can see how that would have been the move.
Right?
And I can see why they would have said, you know what?
We're gonna pass on this one. Yeah, we're not gonna do this.
Yeah.
Gain of 3 yards on the play.
So, do you know how I first found out that Konami was involved in this game?
How's that?
So, when you beat this game,
That ends the first quarter.
you get like a Super Bowl animation or whatnot.
14.
And this Super Bowl animation
Jimmy's All-Stars.
involves a newspaper that kind of flies to the screen. That's rendered in way too low of a resolution to understand anything.
Okay.
So, I realized though that they actually rendered words and logos on there. So I actually took a screen cap and put it through an AI upscaling program.
Oh boy.
And it turns out there's Konami logos all over it.
Interesting.
They forgot to take out the Konami logos.
Wow.
That led to me researching this game and finding out that, if you hit the L2 button, bad things happen. It zooms in the camera. Yeah, that's what led me to doing research, going to Sega Retro and finding out that, Konami was involved in this game at one point.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it is... This is so dumb.
This
is so dumb, we shouldn't play anymore.
No, we should not. Let's move right along.
Yeah, we are just gonna move on from this one.
Like, okay, if this game had come out a year earlier, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Following up Gameday and Madden by 2 months with that, oh boy.
Yeah, that's just no good. It is no good at all. But hey, I got some good news for you, Alex.
Yeah.
We're going to be playing a game that sadly is going to be kind of okay.
Okay.
And it's actually going to be our first Nintendo 64 game.
Ooh.
This is going to be NFL Quarterback Club for 98.
All right.
This is released on October 24th, 1997, developed by Iguana Entertainment.
All right. Know them.
Yes, published by Acclaim, and of course, it's only for the N64.
Mm-hmm.
Its cover athlete is Brett Favre.
All right.
Before we talk about a little bit about Brett Favre, we'll just kind of go over a few of the features we have in here.
Okay.
So, Quarterback Club, of course, is known for having like quarterback profiles. Like, it has a high emphasis on like, hey, we have quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of the last game where they pay any sort of lip service to that. So you have these, quarterback profiles.
Right.
You can learn all about Troy Aikman.
Sure.
Got our John, got our Boomer. Got cover athlete Brett Favre, who they could not get a better picture for.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Even though there's one right there on their box.
Yep.
All right.
There's some ideas with this game.
Yeah.
This keeps the simulations that they had previously. This is the first game where the historic sims are... okay, no, this is not it. It's going to be 99 where they do this. Eventually, they're going to stop... Like, the historic sims, for those of you who don't know, are... like pivotal game situations that you can take control of and like alter the course of history. And it's like super cool, right?
Right.
Later, they're just gonna make it like involving Super Bowls. And since some Super Bowls are complete blowouts, it's like, do you want to play 45 minutes of a football game? And the answer is never.
No.
You can also make your own custom simulation, which is kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, you have your standard features. You actually can create a team. Their logos are always going to be create a team. And you only can select certain colors.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do that, and that's kind of neat.
Yeah, neat. I do have to say, it's a weird thing to praise, maybe, but the menu design of this is really good.
Yeah.
Like, for all of Gameday's, like, emphasis on hard-hitting and visceral stuff like that, its menus were, like, laughably basic.
Yeah.
And also over the top with, like, the flashing text in the background.
Yeah.
But these menus actually are kind of hype.
They actually are. Yeah, they're laid out in a way that's, actually sensible and whatnot. We maybe have some slight controller issues. Apologies, everybody. Great. Go ahead.
Okay. Now it should be working, I guess.
Try going left to right. That's strange. Okay, that's all right. Well, I'll just take over for
Okay,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, of course, you got weather options. This is a fully 3D game, so you have every stadium rendered and whatnot. I think there's actually also, like, extra stadiums as well. Like, you can go to Aloha Stadium.
Oh, wow.
And all that. This is sort of just curiosity for me. I just kind of wanted to check to see if that is indeed the case. If it's not, then definitely no later games allow you to do that. Okay, so it's only later games. But that's fine. We're going to play Chicago for some reason.
Alright. Rumble Pack.
Yep.
Today's game is between the Bills and the Raiders.
So, one thing well, actually, let's talk a little bit about Brett Favre first. So, Brett Favre, till the most recent crop of quarterbacks such as Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson showed up, there's probably no more exciting of a quarterback than Brett Favre. For better and for worse, really. 11-time Pro Bowler, and the only player to win 3 consecutive MVP awards from 1995 to 1997. Brett Favre was one of the most decorated quarterbacks to ever exist. His nickname was the Gunslinger, and somewhat more derisively, the Funslinger. Favre was known for having a cannon for an arm and an absolute reckless lack of fear. This led him to retiring as the leader of pretty much every major passing category ever, and that includes passing touchdowns and interceptions.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah!
Caught by 35. He's brought down.
Brett could basically murder any team at any time, and later in his career, that increasingly included his own. Despite this, he was incredibly fun to watch, and is now in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Although he does leave behind a bit of a complicated legacy, and we're going to get to that in later games, because Quarterback Club's going to be a little bit different in that Favre is going to be the man on the cover.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's going to be on the cover for basically the entire rest of the series so like another 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
And since I don't want to rehash his entire career every time, we're going to instead talk about fun stories about Brett Favre.
Okay.
And other stories that aren't as fun. So look forward to that.
First and 10.
But yeah, I think I mentioned here that he's like the era's Joe Montana in that regard, that he actually has an exclusive deal. This is not going to be the only sports series where they do that. Microsoft's going to do that themselves with Peyton Manning later.
Okay.
So, one thing I do want to point out about this game is how crisp it looks.
Yes.
So,
I know you said it's doing some upscaling to the emulation.
it is, but this game actually... So, I guess I should talk a little bit about the N64.
Yeah.
The Nintendo 64 was a hell of a system.
It sure was.
While it definitely had a ton of limitations, its ability to throw polygons at the screen was second to none.
Mm-hmm.
One thing it also could do, and PlayStation could do this as well, but though it was rarely used, it had multiple multiple resolutions. It could do 320 by 240, and it could also do 640 by 480. This game's in 640 by 480 just natively.
Right.
And they were able to do that and run at 30 FPS.
Wow.
So yeah, because of that, it just is an incredibly good-looking game.
Yes.
So, the development of this game... Also, those logos actually look surprisingly good despite being upscaled.
Yeah.
Just to say that. So, we should talk a little bit about the developers of this game, Iguana Entertainment, as well as the publisher, Acclaim. Because Acclaim was in a bit of a weird situation at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And the technical prowess of this game does deserve a little bit of a comment on further than what I've already done.
Right.
So, the developer of Quarterback Club was Iguana.
Mm-hmm.
And around this time, they were proving themselves to be just wizards when it came to developing the Nintendo 64. This could not be emphasized even without mentioning Turok, the Dinosaur Hunter, which came out in March of '94 this year. So came out good, 6 months ahead of this. And while the game arguably hasn't aged well, at the time it was a technical marvel.
Yeah.
It was very open, wide open areas, detailed characters, and the environments ran at a smooth frame rate. And they knew how to work within the limitations of that game.
Yep.
The game was incredibly successful because at the time, Acclaim was in bad shape. I believe in '95 they had something like 500 million worth, or like 50 million, something like that. They had a significant amount of revenue and sales. That was about a fifth of the amount that they had in 1996.
Yeah.
So needless to say, they were in bad shape.
Right.
So Turok, to just tell you how successful it was, it brought in about $60 million worth of revenue alone. It accounted for 45% of Acclaim's sales that year.
Right.
And even before the release, the expected success of the game increased Acclaim's stock price by tenfold.
Jeez.
Now, granted, Acclaim's stock price at the time was 45 cents.
Right.
But the stock price ended up being $5 afterwards.
Yeah, that's hell of a jump.
Yeah, so... And given that eventually they're going to become the biggest North American publisher, it was a really good success for them, and it saved their company. The point of all this is that Iguana clearly knew how to make a very pretty and successful game for the Nintendo 64.
Yes.
And Acclaim was hoping to do the same for Quarterback Club. And they did. This game outsold Madden on the N64.
Wow.
Now, we don't have complete sales figures because unlike, say, like movies, you just can't get those unless you have the internal data. But we know that they basically cowed about it. Like, in their advertising campaign for Madden 99, they made sure to let you know that it was the best-selling game on the N64. And given that EA did nothing to diminish that, it basically just tells you that, this game did very well.
Yeah.
First and 10.
Now, they did a lot of other little touches to make sure that this game looked as good as it did. Little touches include that they did have mocap that was done by one Adrian Morel of the New York Jets. Brett Favre also supposedly designed some plays.
Interesting.
I'm not completely sure about that.
Yeah.
I think people designed plays for him, and he came in and said, "Yo, yeah, that looks good."
Yeah, that makes
I believe that.
Yeah, that seems more likely.
Other fun facts is that this game actually came out. Well, a lot of football games came out in European regions.
Mm-hmm.
Something that you really wouldn't expect. And when this game came out in what we call the PAL territories, it came with a little booklet explaining how the game of football was played. And I desperately want to get a hold of that.
Oh, yeah.
I so want to have that.
Oh, man.
Oh, I got that sack. So, this game does have issues. For one, it doesn't play nearly as well as other games. I mean, it plays better than Jimmy Johnson VR.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not a nightmare game. But, you know, it does have some issues with, like, how it handles. Players kind of have that game day sort of feel. That's a really good punt. It has that game day sort of feel of, like, where they have, like, no momentum to them. Pass plays are... It's generally very easy to throw deep on teams. Although in that case, they decided not to just even go for it. That was really weird. So that was a good interception. So reviewers basically agreed with this. The game averages 7.5 in Electronic Gaming Monthly. Most reviewers agreed that the AI was laughable. Also, this commentary, which is done by Marv Alberts, was also considered to be very bad. I mean, it is very bad.
Yes, it's...
And they noted that it was only interesting because of the scandals that he was involved in at the time.
Oh, boy.
Which, boy, let's talk about that.
Yeah. I feel that's a running theme with Iguana Entertainment.
Oh, scandals?
And people involved with Iguana Entertainment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I got reminded of this when I looked through some old issues of EGM. But are you familiar with Marv Alberts at all?
No.
Marv Alberts is a legendary commentator for NBC, typically for basketball.
Okay.
He was more or less the face of the NBA on NBC. Some people would argue that his voice is as synonymous as Round Ball Rock is to that broadcast. But he is a man who, you know, good defense there, guys. Just had him surrounded.
Just watch him do the thing.
But yeah, he had some issues. And he ended up having a bit of a legal issue that kind of complicated things right before his game came out. So the legal issue in the case was a sexual battery charge that he pled guilty to. Now, I say sexual battery. And I'll describe the event for you, and you can tell me if this is sexual battery.
Okay.
Marv Alberts was accused of, and would later admit to, biting a woman and then forcing her to perform oral sex on him.
Yeah?
Personally, that sounds like rape to me.
Yeah.
But, this is the 90s.
Yep.
And so he was able to plead down to a sexual battery charge and get a 12-month suspended sentence. This led to severe consequences for him. He was fired from NBC for 2 years. And then brought back to do broadcast for them. In the case of Acclaim, and this is where it becomes relevant, the Acclaim actually had a morality clause in his contract.
All right.
And they could have exercised it in order to remove him from the game. However, according to an Acclaim spokesperson, the game was too close to release. To remove Alberts and release the game on time. And for Acclaim, who was a company in very bad financial straits, who was staring down the barrel of Madden coming out literally a week after this game, you could probably guess why they wanted to make sure this game was not delayed at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Kind of puts a shadow over this game a little bit now, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Well...
I have very strong memories of this game. And nowadays I have very unpleasant memories of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
2nd and 10.
Yeah. There's not really much else to say about that.
No, it's very unfortunate, and...
Yeah, it's...
you can understand why decisions were made, but...
They were not the right decisions.
No.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we can say that eventually Acclaim will get theirs and they will completely go out of business in
this is true, yes.
6 years. So, And something we'll be talking about later.
Oh, yes.
Let's see if I can't get a touchdown, and then we'll go ahead and move on.
All right.
Because we have another better game to get to.
First and 10.
Let's see.
Sacked for a loss of 9.
This does have like the commentary. I will say is a very like old school. Like we just stitched together clips a la sport, like sports talk.
Yeah.
The quarterback drops
He
back
took
to
a sack
pass.
on the 9-yard line.
Incomplete
This game does
pass.
have like a lot of like really fun like cheat codes in it though. Like you can like enter a bunch of cheats to like have a bunch of dumb stuff happen, like big head mode or like constant fumbles. Yeah, like the cheat game in general in this is really, no, keep running. What are you doing? I'm so disgusted by this. We're just gonna stop.
All right, moving on. But yeah, that's very on brand for Acclaim.
Yeah, very, very on brand. All right, so the next game we're going to come to is going to be another Nintendo 64 game.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to go ahead and let you play this because we're having weird issues with the N64. This is going to be Madden Football 64. Released on October 31st, 1997, developed by Tim Ron and published by EA Sports. So, Alex, I'm going to tell you this now. This game didn't sell as well.
Okay.
And I think for one major reason. And I'm going to let you tell me what that reason is.
All right. That's not overly pleasant to look at.
It definitely is a worse looking game. But I'm going to tell you I'm going to say that's not the reason.
Okay.
I will say I think they did a pretty good job with like this intro in the sense of like doing an old F&B style intro, but using the N64 to to like take advantage of the fact that they didn't have big cartridges.
Yeah.
Also, come on. Come on, the planet exploding and a football flying away from it.
Alright, yeah. Alright.
I do secretly love this incredibly stupid intro.
It's pretty good.
Alright,
let's see here. You want to just do exhibition?
yeah, because the features here are similar. So have you figured out what the reason is yet?
New Orleans, huh? New York, huh? Other New York.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's almost like they're not like putting like team mascots in there.
It's almost like these teams don't have the team names.
Yeah, it's almost like they don't have the NFL license.
Almost like.
Yeah.
Hey, Madden, what happened to your NFL license that I don't see on the box? Now that I'm looking at the box.
Let me tell you about that. So, the game does not feature the NFL license. Official teams thus aren't in the game, and in some cases they even have the wrong colors, such as Pittsburgh here.
Yeah.
Phoenix as well. It's supposed to be the Arizona Cardinals. That's supposed to be a red. Well, they do have white helmets, but they don't have the stripes. So apparently team colors actually were pretty close to the real thing, but the NFL came back and said, no, you gotta change those.
Yeah.
So like some teams are close, some teams aren't. Like the Packers are as close as you can get, for instance. They're very careful which teams you are actually in that intro. You can notice that a lot of them have pretty realistic like jerseys. You get into the game like, oh, I see.
Let's take a
Okay.
look at the keys to today's game.
So apparently, the story goes, and I have to warn you, this is from EGM's Quarterman section, which is known for publishing hot bullshit.
Okay.
Like literally making things up.
Yes, it is.
But apparently, what had happened is that they waited too long to start development on this game. And since they waited too long, Acclaim was able to secure the license for the NFL exclusively for their game for that season.
Interesting. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Now they were able to get the Players Association license.
Right.
It's first and 10.
But yeah, apparently that's the reason why.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is, but that's what they said.
All right.
Because once again, Quarterman is the rumor section in Electronic Gaming Monthly, and is known for occasionally publishing true things, but usually just sort of wholesale making things up and occasionally getting it right. Now, the development of this game was incredibly rushed. The game actually was not supposed to come out until like January or February of 1998.
Uh-huh.
Now, they didn't do that because somebody at EA apparently realized that nobody was going to buy a football game in February.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they were basically going to just be seeding everything to quarterback play.
Yeah.
So, through, honestly, kind of a feat of programming, they took the Madden 97 engine, they threw a 3D renderer on top of that,
wow,
and then published it for the N64.
I've got to say that's very impressive.
Yes. Like, I think this game plays okay.
It's okay. I think... Does the joystick work, or do I... What are the controls?
They saw that one coming.
The joystick probably does work, but I would suggest using the D-pad.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay, so... Your C buttons are going to be your right control stick.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Because unfortunately, the N64 controller was made by Madman.
Yes.
It is essentially a 6-button controller. So, yeah. Needless to say, like, it was cool that they put this out. And, like, I'm impressed that they did.
Incomplete.
And it is a better game.
And long.
But... It turns out that you really do want to have that NFL license.
Turns out, yeah.
The kick is up.
Yeah, so needless to say, there's no Super Bowl. It's the Madden Bowl that's at the end.
Scoring drive.
And like, but like otherwise, it is feature complete. It is on par with Madden 98.
Right. It just doesn't have that license. So I'm guessing that's a lesson EA is going to take to heart. Real hard.
Yo, in a very strong way. This year is just EA taking a lot of lumps and taking a lot of lessons. We can't do 3D on the PlayStation. Then Gameday does 3D on the PlayStation. We can't get the NFL license. Oh no, we get outsold by a clearly inferior product.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to not make this same mistake again.
Yeah.
They're going to go out of the way to make sure that doesn't happen. It should be said that reviewers did like this game. It did average about 8.5 in EGM. And in general, people agree that this was a better game. Oh man, yeah. Ron Moore, go!
He fumbles.
No, more!
All right.
This game just hates you. This game just hates you.
Yeah, it's not.
Let's see that one again.
Let's not. Thank you. Moving on.
Ah.
Yeah, no, okay. Now that I'm figuring out controls, this isn't bad.
Yeah.
This feels pretty alright.
Yeah, it's a perfectly fine game.
Incomplete.
I have no idea where that crowd noise went.
No idea.
We're just not...
Yeah, don't worry. Sometimes the audio chip, it needs a minute.
Yeah. That and a lot of these old football games, a lot of games for the N64 are just end up being like a little bit broken.
A little bit.
Incomplete.
There you go, it's back. But yeah, I mean, this is not a bad game.
No, especially for 3D mapped onto an old 2D engine.
Mm-hmm.
It's way better than it probably should be.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and when Madden 99 comes out next year, it's going to be pretty much on point with the PlayStation version.
Mm-hmm.
Incomplete.
So, like, you get this, like, weirdly sort of hampered version for the first year, but they definitely make up for it. Really, a lot of EA Sports games that came out, like, in the first couple of years for the N64 were like that. Like, FIFA Soccer 64 was like that, and then they made it, like, on brand with the rest, like, later. It was just like a lot of people like just didn't really know how to program for the N64, like what they should do with it, and it just took them a second.
That makes it 1st and 10.
How about we move on, Alex?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right. So, at this point, Alex, football games are heading in a very specific direction, right?
Yes.
They're moving in a more realistic way. They're moving to 3D. They're being more sim-based. And they're going for accurate presentation, realistic gameplay, or both.
Yep.
Because it's clear that's what the audience wants.
Right.
They want these experiences. Now, a lot of this came down to how the game of football is played, right? You have 22 players. You have 11 on each side. It's a very rigid game. Making a more arcadey experience is next to impossible.
Right.
Which, honestly, is why this next game is absolutely amazing. So this is gonna be... And I'm gonna let you do the thing here. This is NFL Blitz.
Hell yeah.
So, released in 1997 in arcades, developed by Midway and published by Midway. Released in arcades first in 1997 and in 1998 came to the N64, PC, and PlayStation. We're playing the N64 version. It's pretty much identical to the arcade version. It just runs at 30 FPS. Its cover athlete is Cordell Stewart.
This is two controllers working.
Oh, is that the second controller is actually working?
Yeah, it looks like it.
All right, let's do this. All right, don't know why it wasn't working in previous games, but let's not worry about it. Gonna play my Cowboys. So yeah, once again, while the home ports were released in 1998, they use the same rosters as 97 and are functionally identical. Large part is because it uses 3DFX, and the N64 and 3DFX actually go together incredibly well, turns out.
Yep.
Cover athlete, once again, is Cordell Stewart. We're not going to talk about him too much because I talked about him previously, but he was the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay.
Letting you know, Z is going to be R2, by the way.
Okay, cool.
And if it's not R2, then it's R. So, he was an incredibly electrifying player, known for playing 3 different positions, quarterback, wide receiver, and even punter. And just generally was an exciting man. So yeah. Man. Getting that down there. So Alex, if there was any company that could take a sport and make an arcade smash, it was always going to be Midway.
Yep. Similar
to the other mega hit NBA Jam, this wasn't their first attempt at making a arcade-style football game. Do you happen to remember Super High Impact?
Yes.
Yeah, back in 1991 and released for the Genesis like 93. Yeah, that was their attempt at it. In many ways, kind of like how Arch Rivals is like the prototype to NBA Jam. That was the prototype to this.
Right.
So they came out that time, had modest success, but NBA Jam, honestly, and NFL Blitz was on another level. I'm not going there. So while we don't have exact numbers on how well it did, it apparently did numbers that were close to NBA Jam. This is according to one of the developers, Tim Kittrell, who was employed at Midway at the time. To give you an example of how well NBA Jam did, NBA Jam did $1 billion worth of revenue in its first year. So if it got anywhere close to that, this game was mega successful.
Yep.
So it's safe to say that Midway made a ton of money at the time, right?
Yeah.
So maybe not. Got me there. That makes it, though, almost a bit of a tragedy that NFL Blitz almost didn't happen. So the next section's information is going to come from 2 primary sources. The first is the Dinda Geek article called "How NFL Blitz Became the Best Arcade Football Game Ever Made." The second comes from an excellent Vice article called "How the Hell Did NFL Blitz Ever Get Made?" which is something that is incredibly accurate. Yes! Right. So, the story goes with this, Alex, is that when this game was developed, the team approached the NFL for an official license because they recognized with NBA Jam early on that they... Oh, did I get it? Nice.
Yeah.
They recognized early on that you need to have official NFL license.
Yep.
And I mean, if you need proof of that, let's look at our previous game, right?
Yep.
Like, EA learned that lesson pretty quickly. So they approached the NFL and said, hey, can we get an official license? They said, yeah, it's going to be this much. And of course you can have it because you're the NBA Jam people.
Right.
And so they went ahead and started making the game, and the NFL just went and just did something else and didn't pay attention. Because this was back when companies just didn't really pay attention to things as they were happening. So, the developers of Midway, including prominent leads such as Mark Trammell, Sal DeVita, and Tim Kitzrow, went absolutely nuts with this game. Because, for people who are not familiar with the people of Midway, they made, of course, NBA Jam. They also made Mortal Kombat. And Narc. And Smash TV. So they wanted to make this game violent and over the top. And they did. Sal DeVita himself, being a big wrestling fan, incorporated various wrestling moves into the game in their mocap studio. He would go in there and perform moves such as the Spine Buster, a move that, for those of you who are not familiar with wrestling moves, it's a move where you put your opponent above your head, and then you drop them on their spine. Now, you obviously protect them, but it looks like you're dropping them on their spine. Needless to say, it's an incredibly violent-looking move. And it's something that's actually rarely done in wrestling, because there's a high chance you'll mess it up and paralyze somebody.
It's pretty dangerous to pull off.
Late hits were encouraged, and like there's going to be blood in the game, and just like it was like what we're seeing here is it's a relatively violent game. But it was actually going to be even more violent at some point. So the team basically kept pushing the limit and just kept going further and further. And now I'm going to quote from that Vice article. So this is while they're in the mocap room. Next thing the Vita knew, they were brutalizing each other with late hits and violent takedowns. The Vita executed flawless pile drivers. Everyone loved him. So he broke out a modified Spinebuster where he mimicked lifting a ball carrier by the face mask and shaking him in the air before collapsing to the ground so the victim would land spine first. The room burst out in hysterics and glee, knowing they had the foundations of a game unlike anything any other. They were like, "Oh god, this is so fun," DeVita said. "I can't wait to get into the game." Meanwhile, the NFL hadn't checked in on the product since signing a licensing deal with Midway. Oh no! Darn you, Sanders, you had to run behind me. So naturally, as the game neared completion, somebody at the NFL had the bright idea of being like, "We should check up on this game." So, a couple representatives ended up coming down to, oh no, that's bad. So, they went down to Midway's headquarters and ended up having a demonstration of the game. That included like not only gameplay, but of the late hits and other brutality that was happening. So after the demonstration ended, the NFL reps were silent, and they asked to be excused so they can talk amongst themselves. When they came back to Trammell and DeVita, they offered to refund the licensing fee in full to go separate ways. Now, the main reason was because of the late hits and the general violence of the game. They felt like it was just completely against the NFL brand and put the game in a bad light. Now, both Trammell and DeVita knew they needed the NFL license in order for this game to have any chance of success, and they knew it was going to be successful. This game was already in Chicago test markets, and they could not keep the game's actually running smoothly, because you have to actually remove all the change from the game. If it actually gets full, the game actually like can't function properly. So needless to say, they had to really get in there and do a very quick negotiation. And so Trammell and DeVita offered to strip the game of some of the more offending tackles, such as the Spinebuster, which DeVita said it was paying them to let it go, but he knew it had to. They offered to remove the blood and remove the period of late hits from 5 seconds to 3, which honestly I think is a good decision. I think 5 seconds would have been a little too long. So they also did realize the NFL was being hilariously hypocritical. Because for those of you who are not familiar with the NFL at this point, let me tell you about a section on NFL Live, ESPN's NFL wrap-up program from the mid-2000s called Jacked Up. Now, Jacked Up was a program where they would show plays that happened during the week where players would just get straight-up concussed and just absolutely brutalized in a way that it's very uncomfortable to look at. And every time when it happened, all the commentators and units would say, he got jacked up. And the NFL was 100% cool with this.
Yep.
The NFL also would release annually a video called the NFL's Biggest Hits, which Trammell screened for them. For the NFL reps to say, hey, no, we're just doing what you already market.
Yeah.
So, but at the end, they were like, no, you still have to make these changes. So the good news is that they made the changes and they agreed that, hey, we're going to put this in the test market. If it does well, we'll go ahead and go for these changes. If it didn't, then we'll agree to part ways. So the game wasn't affected.
Right.
Like, it still was doing gangbusters in Chicago test markets. And in the end, once again, some of the changes actually enhanced the product. Like, I don't think this game's really served by that. I don't think this game's served by having Lincolns be 5 seconds.
Yes.
So I think, like, the changes they made were actually to the game's benefit. That being said, though, right before worldwide release, the NFL wanted one more look at the game.
Okay.
Now, they didn't come to the studios for that. They wanted them to send a video. And so the developers midway had an ace up their sleeve.
Yeah.
So instead of sending them like a full video of what was going on, they sent them the mocap data and just a general like unpolished model data. So basically it was just gray blobs like running into each other, and that doesn't look violent at all.
Yeah.
So Midway does say that they never got any sort of like message from them, but they also just approved the game for release, so clearly it was okay.
Why would you not send people to go look at it?
Right?
That's just stupid.
Well, good news. When it comes to NFL Blitz 99, they did the exact same thing. They asked them to send a video. Though they asked this time for just the full models.
Right.
So instead, what they did is that they just very quickly fast forwarded through the more brutal hits, and they played the rest of it in real time.
Right.
And apparently that was good enough. Yeah, it's incredibly stupid that this worked.
Yeah.
And yet it somehow did, Alex.
I guess that's on brand for the NFL.
Yep. Oh, man. So, this game still has controversy, though, because the home release eventually happened.
Right.
And there was an ad campaign that a few people just were not cool with. Most prominently was the Association of Music Educators of America. So, the ad campaign for NFL Blitz involved Cordell Stewart throwing footballs on a football field. And you just hear people getting hit off screen, and it turns out they're band members.
Oh.
And so, the Music Educators of America, or National Association of Music Educators, I'm sorry, they were unhappy with the commercial, and they wrote a letter demanding that Midway pull the ad campaign, which was ineffective because they sent the letter 2 weeks after the ad campaign had ended. Yes.
Well.
Yeah, so not particularly useful.
No, not so much.
But yeah, all in all, the game was a massive success in the arcades and at home, and a big factor of this was its ability to draw in a casual audience alongside football fans. Like, the champion of Blitz and Blitz 99 was one Jeff Gerstmann, an editor of GameSpot who was not a fan of football, for instance.
Right.
And it's just a super fun game to play, and you don't need to really know what football is in order to pick it up and play.
Yeah.
And yeah, with that, we actually got through the entire game.
Yeah.
That's Blitz.
Because it is fast and it's fun and it's simple. And like Gerstmann said, you don't need to know football, really.
No, you do not. You do not at all. So, Alex, you would think this would be the only arcade football game released in 1997.
I would think that, yes.
And you would be wrong.
Curses.
Because our friends at Konami wanted one last stab at that football pie.
Oh, no.
So, the next game we got is, well, it's going to be kind of weird because, unfortunately, I can't actually play this. So we're going to be watching a video of this. But this is going to be... Oh. Doop. Don't worry about that. This is going to be Rushing Heroes. Released in 1997. According to Cutting Room Floor, November 1997. I'm not sure why they would have the release date, but they do. Developed by Konami and published by Konami.
Oh, boy.
There we go. That's the right window. So, this is...
For the arcade, huh?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
So, yes. This is an idea.
Yeah?
So, the reason why we're doing this instead of playing it is for a couple of reasons. One, emulating arcade games in MAME is sometimes a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that the compatibility in MAME for some games is a little sketchy. And that includes Russian Heroes.
Okay.
To give you an example, most of the grandstands in the back would not be accurately rendered if we actually did this in MAME. So I made the decision of showing a video of this instead, because there really isn't a whole lot to say about this game in the first place.
Yeah.
It's a Konami arcade game that was a multi-cab game. You would actually hook up 2 cabs, and if you did versus, one person would be on one cab and the other would be on the other cab, because you always have the camera behind your back.
Right.
And so, in order to make it fair, they had to do that.
Right.
It actually is also a 4-player game.
Interesting.
Yes, so if you play co-op, you'd play on the same cab, and
Right.
if not, then you would play on different. I had never heard of this game until I did research for this. It does have 28 teams in it, and they roughly resemble the major NFL teams.
Huh.
Like, obviously, this is, Washington football team, and this is Green Bay. They have similar colors. It does have some really good animations, I'll say.
Yeah.
Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's just good. It's like there's some merit to this game, but... Yeah.
Yeah, this... Oof.
So, one thing to say about this game is, like, it does look like... It looks like an old game.
Yes.
Like, even when it was released in 97, I'd say this was a pretty old game. And the big reason for that was the arcade board it was on was the Konami GX board. It's a JAMA-compatible board that was developed in 94 for their shooters. So both 2 Parodius games came out for it, which are Gradius-style games. Salamander 2, Twinbee came out for this. And a Puzzle Dama game, which is a puzzle game that usually has adventure elements to it. In this case, it was a Tokameki Memorial.
Okay.
So it was a game that also had dating sim elements to it. Yeah, and so, needless to say, this was a board that was kind of pressing into something else that really wasn't meant for. Like, this was meant for more a fast-moving, like arcade shooter as opposed to this. Right. And it, honestly, it kind of looks... I've never played it, so I can't really speak to its quality.
Right.
But it looks borderline unplayable.
A little bit, yeah. It definitely looks like an arcade game.
Yes.
Like, this looks like something...
This looks 100% like an arcade game.
Yeah.
You would find this at a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. Like, playing this for more than 5 minutes would be insane.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really have much more to say about this. I'll say that it does have one mode in here that's really cool. It's called a 4th down mode. Okay. Where you're constantly on 4th down. If you get a first down, you're great. You continue the drive. You're back on 4th down. But it just allows you to quickly switch between teams. Yeah. And it's actually kind of a cool little push-pull mode. Yeah. I actually kind of liked it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that's really all I have to say about that.
All right.
So we're just going to go ahead and just move on from that. So, as I get things set up here, we're going to be leaving the year 1997, which was... Let's call it what it is, and that was a very, 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 very packed year.
Yes.
Now, 1998 is not going to be nearly as packed. While 97 was very eventful with 3D games coming to the full forefront, with Gameday and NFL Quarterback Club kind of putting out their best games they possibly can, and seeing their first N64 games. It was just a straight up groundbreaking year. 98 is not going to be nearly as eventful. Pretty much all companies are going to move to full 3D. So we're going to see that, next Madden game we're going to see is going to be full 3D on all consoles. We're not going to really see a whole lot of new series as well. It's going to be a lot. This is going to be kind of like a maintenance mode until we get to 1999. That being said, we are going to see at least one new game. And we're going to see a game that I feel is kind of very cynical in many ways. And that is going to be our next game here as I get it loaded up. It's going to be called NFL Xtreme.
That is a late 90s name, if I've ever heard one.
Indeed.
Yep.
So, NFL Xtreme, released on June 30th, 1998, developed by 989 Sports. These were previously Sony Interactive Software America.
Okay.
So, previous developers of the rest of the Gameday series. Published by, of course, Sony Computer Entertainment America for the PlayStation. The cover athlete of Mike Allstott, who we'll talk about here in a second. But, yeah, look at this intro.
Oh.
Look at that angry fireman. So this is Sony's answer to NFL Blitz.
All right. I see.
I will answer this question as in chat. If there's ever an XFL licensed game, there was never an XFL licensed game, and I am incredibly disappointed by that.
Yes.
Although maybe there is. Who knows? Maybe we'll discover one.
Maybe.
But yeah, it's really funny that if you want to like do this Xtreme game, they have like this like death metal sort of like cover that's on the background. But this like actually doesn't feel like nearly as brutal. Well, okay, except for that.
Okay, yeah, that.
Yeah. But like, I feel like in many ways, like Gameday 98's intro was more extreme.
A little bit, yeah.
So yeah, this is.
What? That's a loading screen.
Yeah, for some reason, like the cheerleaders' bodies look weird. It looks like they like photoshopped the cheerleader's face on there half the time.
Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing a lot of that. This is a questionable game in many ways. Boy. Unlike Blitz, it does have like rosters. You can create players and trade players. And there's a depth chart with like backups and everything.
Alright.
Yeah, it's incredibly silly. I don't know why.
Yeah.
You got player cards for everybody, so if you want to know what their stats were, with some honestly occasionally bad cutouts.
Yeah.
Like they messed up Elway's face there. Oh yeah, I guess you could also do a draft if you want to.
Alright.
That's neat. But yeah. So yeah, they also technically have a season mode. I don't know what happens at the end of the season mode, but there's like a Super Bowl or something like that. This was not really a game I wanted to play too much of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. So yeah, this is a good example of like, I'm pretty sure that's not a real cheerleader body, but they put a cheerleader's face on there.
They sure did. Well, they put someone's face on there.
Yes, very true, very true. Does not necessarily have to be a cheerleader.
Welcome to NFL Xtreme.
Yeah.
Today's matchup, the St. Louis Rams take on the Baltimore Ravens.
So yeah, I feel that this game is very, very cynical. But before we get into that, we might as well talk about the cover athlete here. And that is Mike Allstott.
The game is underway.
So by the late 90s, Alex, the fullback position was in the midst of a long gradual fade out from NFL prominence. And just being involved in the NFL offense in general. Initially, the fullback position was like the main position as far as like running backs were concerned. Greats such as Jim Brown and Larry Zonka were fullbacks.
Number 84.
And generally, it was like the deepest position. It was the one that's going to get the ball. It's going to be the one to push through the line. As time went on, though, people realized that halfbacks could be very fast and fullbacks could be like lead blockers. And so they started to move towards that. And eventually, the fullbacks, they just decided they were better to be like tight ends. And so they tend to like carry an extra tight end instead of the fullback.
First and 19.
So nowadays, the fullback position is basically dead. Now, some teams do have fullbacks, but it's pretty rare.
Incomplete.
But while the fullback position may be dead, Mike Allstott made sure it didn't go quietly into the night.
Second and long.
Mike Allstott is arguably the last running fullback. Or at least the last fullback that the offense was designed around. Despite the Bucs having Warren Dunn as its lead back, he led the team in rushing yards in 1999. And in most years, he was either second or third in yards from scrimmage. So, like, he would catch passes out the backfield. He would run the ball. He would do everything he possibly can. Because of that, he went to the All-Pro. He was the All-Pro 3 times. He helped the Bucs win the Super Bowl. He went to the Pro Bowl 6 times. And in general, just was a very solid player. He was a fan favorite. Now, while I'm not sure that Mike Allstott is the most extreme football player, if you're going to be a franchise and a company who wants to put like halfbacks and fullbacks on your cover, you really can't go wrong. So it sort of makes sense why he's on this cover. This game is terrible, Alex.
This game's not good.
Yeah, so it feels unfinished, and a lot of reviewers said it was it felt unfinished.
Number 12.
And like, I had never played this game until this series, but this feels so cynical. It feels like they saw what Blitz was doing and said, we got to get in on that.
Black, 32.
Third and long.
Hot.
And like,
Slap double hit.
oh man, got that safety.
Yep.
But like,
Get up.
it has like these like really bad, like almost blaxploitation sounding like sound
And the kick is
clips.
away.
Yeah.
Like the 5 players is a
return.
choice, but like it feels like it's actually like not enough. Like having players like double as center and like go out for like routes just makes things confusing.
Yeah.
Like there are running plays, but it doesn't feel like they're really that viable. I guess this one works out, but few and far between. And yeah, it's just I'm not happy that this game exists.
No.
It's also incredibly confusing as far as like what its rules are. Like it's 1st and 15, but it seems to be based upon like where you get as far as like when you get a first down if it resets. Because sometimes it's like 1st and 17,
Second
Right.
and goal
1st
to
and
go.
13. So like it seems like you hit checkpoints.
Throw short.
Yeah.
Like it's so strange. Needless to say, reviewers did not like this game.
No.
Black,
Uh,
32.
it averaged roughly about like a 2 out of 10 for most companies. EGM, actually EGM did not review it. I know Next Generation did, and they gave it a 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
They're going for
IGN
it.
noted that playing NFL Xtreme is like playing a PG-rated version of Midway's NFL Blitz. Next Generation was even harsher, noting that NFL Xtreme had a more apt name that I absolutely hate. NFL Mellow. That's Mellow spelled MEL-O, by the way.
That's why.
Looks like a running play.
I don't know, because writing back then was bad.
Yeah.
Now, there was one magazine that did like it, though. GamePro.
Can he do
Really?
that?
Yes. Now, GamePro's Air Hendricks, because back then they did that, he gave the game a 4.5 out of 5, noting that all told, Xtreme sprints into the end zone with a winning style, offering rowdy fun, more depth than Blitz, and sizzling graphics. Kicking off on this field's an easy call.
Blue,
Second
46.
down.
I
I
hate
hate
that.
everything about what just happened.
Thanks.
I hate the fact that none of it is true.
Yep.
I hate the way. I hate the words you used to say it.
Yes.
I hate.
It's yes. It's a
Third and long.
bad review.
Hot.
Like, I try not to complain about reviews because it's personal opinion and whatnot.
Right.
This is my house.
That is objectively wrong.
It is objectively wrong. Ugh.
Yeah, this game is not
They're
good.
going for
It is.
it.
And
Hot.
Sings it.
one thing I really like about Blitz, it's a
Deflection.
quick game.
Yes.
We got through that game super quick.
Yes.
We're still in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like
First
it
down.
tries. It feels like it's trying to
Split the difference.
between like Gameday and Blitz.
Yeah.
And it just fails on both fronts.
Yep.
Hot. Hot.
What is it?
Oh yeah, it doubled up the HUD sound for some
Great
reason.
catch. Touchdown.
Yeah. It's. Also, it doesn't look good.
It does
Nothing
not.
about this visually is at all good.
Yeah, like the models are better than Gamedays, but
Yeah.
it's still like
They're
PlayStation
going for
era.
two.
Like this just hasn't aged well. Should I play something else, Alex?
Yes. Please.
Let's go ahead and do that. So good news is we are going to play a better game next, Alex.
Thank God.
In fact, we are going to go back to EA and see if they've learned some lessons
All right.
with this very next game. And that's going to be Madden NFL 99. Released on July 31st, 1998. Once again, developed by Tiburon Studios. Published by EA Sports. For the
All right.
PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and PC. No major differences between them all, other than the N64 looking a little bit better, and the PlayStation having FMV. It's cover. This is the first game that has a cover athlete for the Madden series.
Yeah, that's true.
Only in Europe, though,
Oh.
which is why we have the European box art
Gotcha.
up here. And that's Garrison Hurst.
Sports. It's in the game.
We'll talk about old Garrison here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to 1999.
Oh,
the year of
by the way,
silver athlete.
there's a weird EA Sports ad at the start of this.
The year we
Oh.
go big, big, big. The year of wake up and Smell the competition, because we're dialing.
I really hated this era of EA, by the way.
Yeah, I remember commercials like these.
Mr.
Yep.
We're gonna stare you down, throw you around, and kick the door in. So say home, because we'll make thunder with our hits. Take your soul to the hole and melt asphalt.
Like, a lot of these games were actually really bad, too.
Yeah.
Knockout Kings was good.
Yeah.
FIFA games are good.
To the canvas. And of course, the foam finger salute. Bring it on, baby.
Look, that didn't look good. He just stood still when he got that touchdown pass.
Yep.
Should have taken another shot at that one.
Yeah, probably should have. Oh, boy.
Hey, you want big-time football? The hits, the boom, the doink, the whap. It's all here. This is my game.
Sean, we already bought this game.
Yeah.
You don't need to sell it to us.
Oh, John. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
It does feel like like the hard hits and whatnot, it feels like they really took a look at what Gameday did and went, okay, no, we're going to just do that.
All right,
we're going to do that, but better.
Yep. If it's working for them, it'll work for us. I noticed we didn't see the completion of that pass.
We did not. You didn't need that one. You didn't need that. Here's the hard hits. Yeah, wait for it.
Good Lord.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
Why? Okay.
Yeah, that one was not that bad, but... Yep.
Yep.
I like this. I feel like they purposely selected that Brett Favre one because they knew about Quarterback Club now.
Yep.
Oh, God.
All right, yeah, sure.
Get ready for Madden NFL 99.
Oh, boy. So, yeah. Madden NFL 99.
All right. Let's see what they got.
So, this is a game of many, many first, Alex. So after being shown up by Gameday last year, Madden 99 finally made the jump to 3D on the PlayStation, and showing that it definitely could be done, and could be done better. Like, I think the models overall here look better than Gameday's. Game does run a little bit slower, as we'll soon see. But it was a necessary step to keep up with the times to go to that 3D. Like, they had to.
Right, yeah.
As mentioning, once again, the features are standardized between consoles. So, like, this menu is the same, the music's the same.
Wow.
You just don't have FMV intros. That's it. But yeah, the big innovation here, though, this is what I want to talk about before we play a game. This has a franchise mode.
Okay.
This is the first Madden that has a franchise. So, franchise mode here, kind of like Dynasty mode, is a little bit limited. Let's see if I could just get in here and show off a little bit of it if I had to really go into it. But you select one team, and you have to play as that team. You get 15 seasons to do whatever you want to do. And yeah, you get player awards, you get MVP awards at the end of the season. Players get better or worse. You have a coach rating. And your players will retire. And there's an NFL draft.
Wow.
Now, the draft is very limited. There's only 4 rounds compared to the 7 that existed.
Right.
And on top of that, they just tell you how good the players are. There's no scouting. There's nothing. There's no obfuscation at all.
Right.
But yeah, you can freely sign and release players. There's a salary cap and whatnot. But yeah, it's like weirdly refreshing just to be like, hey, this player's going to be rated 75.
Yeah.
Do you want him?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool that they did that. We're not going to go too much into it because once again, it's a little basic. There's not really a whole lot of pomp and circumstance around it.
Right.
But the fact that this is here is pretty noteworthy because it's going to become standard across everything.
Right.
And that's not just football games, but like basketball games, baseball games. They're going to have some sort of franchise mode too.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, with that, let's get into a game. We'll do 2 minutes. Yeah. Oh, I put season. Whoops. There you go. So, one notable thing I do want to say about this, we'll say... But really wish there was just a randomized button.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cowboys and Panthers. That sounds good. I do want to know what the scouting report is. I think it just tells you, yeah. Alright, let's just get on in here. I'll let you have first crack what team we want.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Alright. Then we press right. There we go. So yeah, one thing I do want to note in here is that, so the Cleveland Browns ended up moving to Baltimore, right, around this time.
Mm-hmm.
And so they didn't exist. There was a big lawsuit that was going to establish a new Cleveland Browns franchise at some point in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And that future was going to be the following year, right? So technically they still don't exist, but in this game and a few other games that are released in 1998, you can actually enter a code and get the Cleveland Browns. So there's technically 31 teams in this. They were incredibly kind, though. If you do enter the code in this game, the Cleveland Browns are like the greatest team ever. Like rated 99, like have great players across the board.
Wow.
Yeah.
They struggled offensively last season, so they hired a new offensive coordinator, and they hope that will improve them in that area and get them back to the point where they can challenge the 49ers for the NFC West again.
Yeah, a lot more commentary in this.
Yeah,
for better weather.
Very in-depth.
Yeah, so they get really deeply into it.
It depends on who you are.
These visuals are really nice.
Yeah, in comparison to what you've been seeing. Yeah, it really does feel like they made the most of everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's tails.
Boo. All right, so I guess while we get ready to kick off, we should talk a little bit about Garrison Hurst. So Garrison Hurst was a running back drafted by the Arizona Cardinals in the first round of the 1993 NFL Draft. And he was really, though, best known for his time with the San Francisco 49ers. After a couple seasons with the Cardinals, he ended up signing with them as a free agent. And immediately had 3 1,000-yard seasons with them, including a career-high 1,570 yards with them in 1998, the year this game was released. Unfortunately for Garrison Hurst, he ended up suffering a severe injury in the playoffs that year, where his foot got caught in the AstroTurf of the Georgia Dome in Atlanta, and he basically shattered his ankle.
Yeah.
Now, this ended up requiring surgery, which unfortunately led to some complications. There was a lack of blood flow to his lower leg, which led to his bone dying. He developed what's called a vascular necrosis. It's the same injury that, when it was in his hip, ended Bo Jackson's career. Now, Hurst is an incredibly tough man.
Wow.
So while he ended up missing the next 2 seasons, he ended up actually coming back in 2001 with the 49ers and rushed for 1,200 yards and won the NFL Comeback Player of the Year award.
Wow.
Now, he pretty much fell off a ledge after that. Like, his production just went down. But the fact that he was even able to make it back in the first place is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
So, he is considered to be the first victim of what's called the Madden curse, of being on the cover of a Madden game and then having bad things happen to you.
Right.
A curse that's very, very overblown as we... Oh, I guess the Browns lost. Oh, good.
Excellent.
Yes. But that's not going to date this. But yeah, so a lot of players who end up on the cover actually don't end up suffering any sort of curse, but we'll talk about that more as we get more and more into the Madden games. But yeah.
Oops.
Forgot to do that.
All right.
So yeah, I don't know what improvements they did relate to the AI or anything like that, or if they were maintaining the status quo, just made sure to work on the 3D. But it runs decently well.
Yeah.
It feels like it runs like a football game would run.
Yep.
So it's nothing that I would say was overly bad about this or anything like that. Oh, man. I know this game was pretty well received.
Like
it ended up getting an 8.5 average from EGM, and most other magazines put it roughly about there. Once again, praising 3D graphics, lamenting the fact that it was a little bit slower than Gameday.
Right.
Weirdly enough, nobody really talked too much about the franchise mode. They mentioned it's like something being cool, but they didn't really seem to care otherwise.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, it was pretty limited this time, so I guess that makes sense.
Pass at it, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, generally just pretty well regarded. Come on, Cowboys. Got me by the ankles. I can't decide if I like the tackle animations or not.
Yeah, they're sort of...
There's like not really a whole lot of impact going on. Like they get touched and they fall over.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot. 2 minute quarters.
Yep. Fair enough.
Also, it's interesting that they had like a lot of commentary like front loaded, and now it's a little.
Yeah, now it's like
quite a bit less.
Yeah, it's a fairly subdued.
Yeah, it's a subdued experience compared to like previous games. Well, maybe not necessarily previous games in the Madden series, but other games we've played so far.
Right, yeah.
Like if this was like Quarterback Club 98, Marv Alberts could not shut up. So far, passing feels a little worse.
Yeah, it's not really that. Also, like the camera's really zoomed in.
It is.
It doesn't really help you figure out your plays.
No, it does not. All right, Darren, what's in?
Well, okay.
Yeah, take that. Am I going to get a personal foul for that? Nope, I'm going to get that hot replay. I am going to get a first foul.
There it is.
All right. All right, giving him the business is good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ah, yes.
There it is.
Yeah, it definitely feels like running an offense so far is just more difficult.
Yeah.
Granted, we're not particularly practiced with this game, so you know, there could be quite a few reasons why that is. I said we probably play till the end of the second quarter, and then maybe we move on.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty serviceable first pass at like 3D.
Yeah.
But ultimately not too much interesting going on otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, really like the big interesting things about this is like it's the first time that they've really seriously had a cover athlete.
Yeah.
And there's a franchise mode. And I guess the fact that it's moved to 3D as well.
Yeah.
It depends on whether or not you discount Madden 64 or not, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's a football game that arguably plays just a hair bit worse. I feel like it was open, too.
Oop, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay, right.
Bring it to the menu.
1st and 10.
All right, Alex, you got one drive. One drive to make it work.
See if I can figure out this passing system.
Oh. Nope.
They got him. Quarterback sack.
Oh, Randall Godfrey. Push you all over here.
Oh, am I just doing the same thing? All right.
Yeah, looks like you ran into the hurry up. Oh, that's unfortunate.
3rd down.
All right, let's see what you got. I mean, if you do manage to... Oh, yeah. That's a pretty good animation right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to get that guy blocked. If I were that quarterback, I'd be pretty upset.
Yeah, just throw deep, man. You got 5 seconds. Here, Gonna let you get one more playoff. Gonna call timeout. These games had very limited RAM to work with, so yeah, pausing to go into a menu sometimes just doesn't work. All right, I'm gonna call an all-out blitz.
I have no idea what this is.
Looks like the answer is hit circle. Oh no!
Oh, oof. Well then.
Well,
that's the 4th time he's been sacked today.
Looks like that'll be a tie game.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Madden 99. Yeah, a game that weirdly enough like plays like a little bit worse.
Yeah.
Than the previous game, but you know they went with those 3D graphics, and you know it's totally understandable why they made the decisions that they did.
Yep.
So next game that we have coming up here, NFL Gameday 99. So now it's Gameday's turn to see what new they bring to the table. What sort of hot innovations are they going to have, Alex? Like, what are they going to do to really make it so that they separate themselves from the pack?
Right. Sort of stay on top after differentiating themselves last year.
Yeah, because like right now, Madden's got that, got the 3D graphics. They came with that franchise mode. Yeah, we'll see what they have. All right. Once again, this is developed by Redline Studios, who's a subdivision of 99. Published by 989 Sports, so basically it's published by Sony. Released on July 31st, a day and date with Madden. PlayStation and PC.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. His cover athlete is Terrell Davis.
Alright.
Who we'll talk about here in a second. He's going to have some weird parallels with Garrison Hurst. Yeah. I remember back in the day being very disappointed by Gameday 99. And I'm going to tell you this now, my thoughts. First off, don't like this remix of their theme song.
Yeah.
Second, those hits, not nearly as hard.
Not nearly as
hard hitting.
Like, it took me a few to go like, oh, right, this is the hard-hitting montage.
Yeah, right? To be fair, we've seen like 4 of these now.
Yeah, sort of.
Your eyes start to gloss over.
Yeah.
So one thing is, this game has awful load times. It takes a hot minute to get in.
Starting to learn about that, huh?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Hey, there we go. I like that. I'm not sure if it's 3D render Terrell Davis, but made into a 2D cutout. Not really certain.
Not really sure, but I feel like you shouldn't have.
Yeah. So, there's not really anything too particularly crazy to say. One thing I forgot to point out, Gameday 98 is, how they had those hot developer pictures in, like, Gameday 97. Yep. Those were in 98 as well. They took them away from here. It's incredibly sad. Otherwise, it has just a very standard slate of options. Season mode, playoffs, you can do a tournament, which I guess is just going to be playoffs. There are cheat codes, which is kind of neat. You can do things like you can enter presidents, so like all the players have the last name of the president, which leads to a lot of teams having like 5 players named Lincoln because they only include like 5 of them, and like other like really weird stuff. Like there's like 20 or 30 or so cheats.
Wow,
it's kind of ridiculous.
That's insane.
Yeah,
I gotta say, 989's got to hire some menu artists.
Yeah, this isn't okay. One thing I'll say, I'm not having to use the triggers.
Okay, that is nice. So like they're starting to figure out like menu design.
Yeah.
And I know it's a weird thing for me to keep harking on, but boy, this does nothing. There's no punch to these.
There's none. No. There is not.
Like after Quarterback Club was really good, and then Madden this year was like really solid professional menus.
Yeah.
This just feels really lame.
No, and you got this like generic like block backing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not making a strong first impression.
It's not. But yeah, So the big things they did with this game, they made the models look better. And they did some tweaks to the AI to make it a little less easy to just like throw over the top on it and whatnot. Right. That being said,
welcome to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly love and a fighting football franchise, the Philadelphia Eagles. Today they battled the Miami Dolphins. Hello, I'm Dick Enberg, along with my partner, Phil Simms.
Oh, yes.
Philadelphia needs big plays today in this game, Dick, and I think the safeties could be the weak link. I wouldn't be surprised to see them tested deep.
Phil Simms may be one of the worst commentators that ever existed, but this was like his first or second year of doing commentary for CBS Sports. Oh. So they actually advertised on the back that it's like, oh man, a newcomer, Phil Simms, with his football knowledge. And it's like, oh, you sweet summer child, little do you know.
Kicks it off.
Yeah, roughly the controls feel the same. Yeah. But yeah, once again, models look a ton better. Like a little less angular and whatnot.
Oh, I don't no.
These menus they're better looking than 98s, but they are more confusing.
Yes.
Fun fact, the menus go in the opposite direction of your button presses.
Oh, of course they do.
First and 10. Picked off.
If you throw a bullet pass by holding down the button, you do need to let go relatively soonish, otherwise you take control of that player. Let me know that with that one.
Okay.
So let me tell you a little bit about Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
So Terrell Davis was a hell of a player.
Work here in the first quarter.
And
comes out throwing.
He has kind of a hard-fought career path.
Okay.
So he was injured and overlooked during his time in the Georgia Bulldogs. Davis, he was eventually selected in the 6th round of the NFL draft by the Denver Broncos. Really wasn't thought much of. He was the 6th halfback on the depth chart, so wasn't really expected to make the team. But in the playoffs, the preseason, he ended up playing his way into the starting position, and he rewarded his team very well. He rushed for 1,000 yards in his rookie season, and his next 3 seasons were even better. He rushed in his second season, 1,500 yards. His third season, 1,750 yards. And in his fourth season, he rushed for over 2,000 yards and won NFL MVP.
Needs to block better on their
in his third and fourth seasons, they went to the Super Bowl and won it, which was the first time that Denver had won the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And second time, for that matter. So yeah, his 2,008 yards that he got in his fourth season were the third most all time.
Philadelphia.
Unfortunately, though, he's going to have some tragedy in his career. His career is going to be cut short because in the fourth game of the 1999 season, he's going to tear both his ACL and MCL in his right knee.
Oof.
Yeah. Then quarterback, I believe Brian Greasy, threw an interception, and he tried to make a tackle, and unfortunately did not succeed.
Miami. Yeah. Corners tight on the receivers.
Oh, man. What? Oh, no.
Down the middle.
Horrible overthrow.
Forgot which color I was.
Like the quarterback and receiver on a different page.
So yeah, he completely just tore everything in his right knee. And unfortunately, just was never the same after that. He had multiple surgeries on both of his knees. He had multiple stress fractures. And so while he did play limited amounts in the 2000-2001 season, it wasn't the same. And in 2002, he suited up for one game, came out for basically a meet and greet, and then retired on the spot.
All day long.
Yeah, it was an exceptionally short career. But everyone seemed to agree that the 4 years of full-on Terrell Davis were exceptional. And while it took him 11 years, he eventually got into the NFL Hall of Fame. Yeah, that's despite finishing with a career total of 7,300 yards. Because everyone agreed, those 4 years, the man was great.
Yeah.
I remember watching him play the Dallas Cowboys, and watching as he just ran for 200 yards casually in 2 quarters. And it was this man is ridiculous. Also, fun fact, he popularized the mile high system, where Denver Broncos will score touchdowns, run up to each other
on the football field to make things happen.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. So, while we're also playing this, we might as well talk about another company, and that's 989 Sports.
With a 3-man front,
so,
they show Blitz.
Alex, are you familiar with 989 a whole lot?
Not really, no.
So, I think I've already mentioned this, but 989 is just the rebranded name of Sony Interactive Studios America.
Yep.
Which is the previous developers of Gameday. Mm-hmm. They are a studio with a long history of rebranding, being shut down, and then being reopened.
Intercepted.
This is not surprising. Bobby Lee is a terrible quarterback. That fresh-faced youngster, that man is in middle school. He should not be on the NFL team. So, 989 was a studio that can trace its origins all the way back to Sony ImageSoft.
Oh, wow.
In the early 90s. And for those of you who don't know what Sony ImageSoft was, they were the Sony company that focused on publishing for the Super Nintendo and Genesis, and did some development work on the side as well. They're probably most notable for doing surprisingly good licensed games, such as Hook for the Super Nintendo and Mickey Mania, and also some very odd licensed games, like Bram Stoker's Dracula. Yeah, not really the first movie I would make into a video game, but they did.
No, but alright.
Yeah. So once the Sony PlayStation became a thing, Sony ImageSoft was merged with their product development branch of Sony Computer Entertainment America, and that's what formed Sony Interactive Studios America. Sony Interactive Studios America was basically like the Nintendo EAD, the main team. And they were responsible for some really, really good games, like the Twisted Metal series.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Twisted Metal 1 and 2, Warhawk, Jet Moto. Blasting was also there as well.
Yeah, sure.
You know. It's a bad game, but it's cool.
Yeah,
you know, I'm not going to argue too much with it. So yeah, like, some absolute bangers. Now, 1998, however, it was decided for one reason or another that they need to rebrand the studios. And so they became 989. So, according to an IGN article that I pulled from February of 2000, this was done to afford them some separation from Sony proper and just kind of let them do their own thing, have their own command structure and their own marketing budget, handle all that. Because I guess they were doing so well that they're like, okay, you should just handle all this.
Right.
So, this resulted in some bad games. Twisted Metal 3 and 4 came out during their watch. The sports games typically weren't well received, or sometimes they were just straight up delayed or just never came out. Like NBA Shootout 99 just never came out. Yeah. Now, they did develop the rather beloved Siphon Filter series.
Okay, yeah.
So it wasn't all bad,
right?
But still,
it's not a great track record.
It's not a great track record at all.
We'll go to work with split backs.
Let's see if I can't get this right here. Somehow I did.
I'll tell you,
so, because of this spate of bad games, Sony reabsorbed the company in 2000. Like, they basically ceased to exist as a functioning indie because of that. This was just ahead of launch to the PlayStation 2, and ostensibly it was to allow them to focus on development.
Good defense, Dick.
However, in 2001, they were formally relaunched as an exclusively sports-related studio and worked on their sports titles until 2005, when unfortunately they were shuttered again, and they have never been spoken of since.
Wow.
I have such bad memories of 989. I have no lies. Every time I saw, I attribute them to Gameday being bad.
Yeah.
Even though they're still functionally the same company.
Right.
But like I didn't know that at the time. And like the opening logo treatment that they do, the 9, 8, and 9 sports. Like that was always so lame.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those things where it's probably like a little unfair, but at the same time,
screw it.
Yeah. What do you think of this game so far, Alex?
It's fine.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. It's serviceable. Like it plays a little bit better than Gameday in my opinion. Oh no! That was a long dive!
Yeah, so players can just leap 8 feet in this game.
That they can. I thought you were going to fall just short. And I was like, I'm going to get that to Gardner, and he's going to go for that touchdown.
Yep, no.
Philadelphia
not quite.
Comes out looking to protect.
Yeah, this game is perfectly fine. Like, I'm disappointed it doesn't do more.
Yeah.
But like it definitely feels like a competently put together football game.
Yes.
I said we play to the end of the second quarter and we move on. How's that sound?
That sounds good.
Using motion. Mamula with the tackle. Dan Marino really salvaged something out of that play. The defense had it read, and it should have been a loss instead of a short gain.
Okay, I will say that they do more with the commentary than Madden does.
Yes,
so
I will agree with that.
Philadelphia.
Good presentational aspect of that.
The ball is picked off.
Oh, yeah, that just sometimes randomly happens.
Yeah.
You'll pass and then you'll just hilariously
right.
overthrow your wide receiver. Yeah, that's a really weird quirk with the Gameday games where it's like, you seem to have no control over it. Sometimes you just hilariously overthrow everybody.
Yeah.
All right, Hoying.
Also, could anyone want to...
Nope.
Bobby Hoying may have not made a huge gain on
I
that
really
run,
like those
but he cut back nicely to pick up
defenders
some
way in the
yardage.
back who see that man running for 30 yards and go, wow, that man is running.
Yeah, no, we're going to just
That
let him
guy's
go.
really running.
He's really running.
Oof.
Should we do something? Nah.
He's coming to us. You know, we'll deal with it when he gets here.
Yep, exactly. All right, can I get this touchdown? Can I take the win?
The receiver in motion. Here's the hand.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Eagles. Charlie Garner is next to impossible to bring down with just one guy.
Yeah.
You need to
You got
wrap
30
him up
seconds.
and wait for the cavalry to arrive.
Might continue refusals, kick point after attempts. Oh.
The Eagles, 8.
Actually paid off.
That's all right.
0.
I'm going to try something.
Okay.
That I remember just, I think I discovered this in Gameday, or not Gameday, Gamebreaker. Okay, it's definitely not this. Okay, so it must be in either Gamebreaker or NCAA Football. There's a way to do really easy onside kicks in one of these games.
Interesting.
Yes.
Do you guys want to stop that man? No? Okay. Three people lined up against that one defender.
Yep.
And he just walks through all of them.
Yep, pretty much.
Philadelphia, corners tight on the receivers.
Yep.
Flags down everywhere.
Offsides on the defense.
Whoops. They did not appreciate me going across the line slightly.
I see. Yeah, they're real sticklers about that.
It turns out.
Some reason.
The Eagles come out looking to protect against the deep
Rules,
ball.
what are they?
Throwing on first down.
I guess, yeah, sure. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Just teleport it into my hand. Why not?
You better have 2 guys on him when he turns on the Jets.
All right, got 10 seconds. Just throw that deep.
Let's see if I pick the passing play. I did.
The deep ball. To the wide receiver.
All right, that's Gameday 99.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, perfectly fine game. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna like sit here and say it's like the world's greatest, but
nope.
It does what it needs to do. All right, so we're gonna be going back to EA now. We're playing our next game here. It's gonna be NCAA Football 99.
Okay.
Developed by Tiburon, published by EA Sports for the PS1 and PC. Really surprised by how much like PC overlap there is in these games.
Yeah.
Released on August 1st, 1998 with the cover athlete of Charles Woodson. And boy, am I excited to talk about Charles Woodson. Which we will once we get into a game. But first, we of course have... Also, I just love the Sears sponsorship because they sponsored the college football national championship. Sears, a company that really doesn't exist anymore.
No, not really, no.
NCAA, not NCAA. They have a really good fake college football broadcast song, though. Also, whatever this is. So, man, mascots. Look at them hot mascots. Look at them marching bands.
That's a football.
That's a football. That's a football that came in 3D. That was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I can't hate that.
Yeah, you know what?
Once again, advertising that we have the New Year's Bowls Can you win the Sears Trophy?
Go.
There's our... I was about to say that was our cover athlete, but that's not true. That was somebody else. I think it was Charlie Ward. No. Maybe. I forget who's 21 on Michigan at this time, because I did not pay attention to college football that much. But yeah. NCAA Football 99. So the next two games we're actually going to get through pretty darn quickly, because there's not really a huge amount that's different.
Okay.
But the things I will say about NCAA Football 99 is they did up the presentation aspect a little bit.
Okay.
Their Dynasty mode is a little bit more in-depth, though not as much as you would like it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can send people to go and like actively recruit.
Mm.
So you get recruiting points.
Right.
And you can use that to like try to recruit better players and whatnot. And so you can get a quarterback even if you still have a full roster and whatnot, which is nice. It also has full like MVP awards. They don't have the Heisman Trophy Award, for instance. That was licensed to Gamebreaker, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But they have pretty much everything else. Yeah, so once again, I like these menus too.
Yeah.
Also, this loop is not going to be long enough, by the way.
Ooh. Oh boy.
Yeah, we'll play as Air Force. Why not? Yeah, so we got Bull Watch. If I remember correctly, so they do have mid-major bowls now.
Okay.
And we're going to just... I don't want to look at that. Okay, let me see. Here we go, simulate. So I do want to get to these because it's just rather silly what they're all called. And something that I think you're going to enjoy.
Okay.
So, while we do this, let's talk a little bit about Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
So Charles Woodson's NFL career was fantastic. He was drafted by the then Oakland Raiders, and was maybe one of the greatest defensive backs of all time. Went to the Pro Bowl, I believe, 11 times, he went to the Pro Bowl 9 times. There we go. Was Defensive Player of the Year twice, and he's also was the person who caused Tom Brady the fumble.
Ooh.
In what was it? The 2001 playoff game against the Oakland Raiders that he had, the infamous Tuck Rule game. Yes, he was the man who caused the fumble. Now, Charles Woodson is a hell of a player, and he nearly saved us from what was going to be one of the darkest periods in football history, which is the New England Patriots dynasty. But unfortunately, while he is a mighty man, he cannot deter fate.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, well, history played out as it is.
Yes.
But for Woodson, he would end up going on having a fantastic career and would eventually, of course, win the Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
Now, that tells you nothing about his college career, and the reason why is because I wanted to separate that out from his college career, which is somehow more impressive.
Huh.
So, he was at the University of Michigan for 3 years. His first year was marred a little bit by him just not really wanting to, deal with his head coach Lloyd Carr, which resulted in Coach Carr calling his mom, who then proceeded to call him and tell him, "You need to stop being an idiot."
All right.
Yeah, and to be fair, it worked.
All right.
Woodson ended up being, quite frankly, one of the greatest players to ever play for Michigan. He played a little bit of wide receiver, but his primary specialty was as a quarterback. Now, just to give you an example of how good of a quarterback he was, in his final season, he ended up winning the Heisman Trophy.
Wow.
He won it against, honestly, 3 other prominent players. Peyton Manning, who was second, and whom he had double the amount of votes. So it was also a landslide. Ryan Leaf, who got third, and Randy Moss. Yes,
wow.
So he is, to this day, the only pure defensive player to win the Heisman.
Damn.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So, needless to say, the man was impressive.
Yes.
So, Yeah, as you can see, the Heisman instead is the EA Sports MVP Award. Yeah, so it makes perfect sense that he was on the cover. And once again, since he was technically not in college anymore by the time this game came out, that's why he was able to be on the cover.
Right.
Yeah, so no official awards, but hey, you got that.
Yep.
Okay, I need to figure out... Oh, I think I can just go to Play Week, and this will show you the bowls. So yeah, they do have the New Year's Bowl, so you know, the Fex Orange Bowl. Nokia. Okay, it was the Nokia Sugar Bowl at this time.
Right.
That makes sense. Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, the Rose Bowl. The EA Bowl.
Oh boy.
The High Score Bowl.
Oh boy.
The Bullfrog Bowl. You seeing a trend here?
No.
The Tiburon Bowl. Origin Bowl. Remember when Origin was a thing, Alex? I remember when Origin was a thing. Remember when Maxis was a thing?
Oh boy, let's look at the number of dead EA studios listed in this game, shall we?
Yep. Now, they don't even have, like, all the mid-majors. They just have, like, some of them. But, yeah.
Oh boy. I will give them props for using the old Electronic Arts logo for the EA Bowl.
Yeah, that was cool. That was pretty good. Yeah, they didn't have to do that, but they did.
Yeah.
All right, let's play like a quick quarter or two.
Yeah.
So once again, on the bottom, I'm gonna just Northeast Louisiana. Sure, that's good. And once again, we're gonna pick UTEP because once again, I had to complain about how the stadium's not right. Yeah, so once again, the big thing about this is that they took the previous year's, actually, this lineage I'm not entirely certain about. I know going on from here, they're going to still continue to take the old engine and repackage it. Here, I'm not so sure because this is also going to be a game that's in 3D.
Right.
So, not entirely certain what they did with this, but I'm going to presume it's probably something similar. It's probably a stripped down version of the Madden engine that's at play here. But yeah, otherwise it contains basically all the Division 1 teams from Division 1 AA. And once again, the Sun Bowl's wrong! There's not even mountains in the background. It's just a sky. It's literally nestled in the mountains. It's actually kind of pretty to look at. If you like desert mountains. If you don't like desert mountains, then it's not. But all right, go ahead and receive that ball.
UTEP has won the toss and has elected to receive.
Oh yeah, it's this game that has the really easy.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh.
So, you're probably not going to be able to pull it off on me because I'm just going to be in a regular kickoff formation. But against the AI, what you do is you select squib kick. And then, you double tap it, and it kicks it up over the line, and you can just recover the ball.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredibly terrible. Okay, yeah, this is controlling similar to Madden 90. Yeah, Madden 64.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, they just ported the N64 engine to the PS1.
Which, gotta say, I may actually prefer that.
Yeah?
Yeah! Nice. Woo!
Run by number 9 for 18 yards.
Oh, they're actually chanting UTEP.
Huh.
Okay, give them credit.
Yeah.
That's already more work than I was expecting. Yeah.
Incomplete pass intended for number 87.
All right, let's see.
Second and 10 at the 14-yard line. Touchdown, UTEP.
Yeah, that didn't look like a touchdown.
Yeah, not so much, but that's okay. We'll roll with that.
All right. Get that up and in.
The kick is good.
All right. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I actually could still pull off the weird onside kick trick.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it a shot real quick. I wonder how long it's gonna take for them to get in the right fight song. Like, it's fine that it's not in there. It's like, it's whatever, but...
Right.
Okay, didn't quite pull it off.
Yeah.
4-yard loss on the kick return.
All right, so I figured I'll go ahead and give you a drive, and then we'll probably move on.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Northeast Louisiana ball, 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Oh man, nice.
Yeah.
Pass complete to number 23 for a gain of 16 yards.
Let's try that.
1st and 10 at the 43-yard line.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a game where they make use of like level of detail and whatnot. Because that is definitely a very low frames of animation in the background there.
Yeah.
Which once again makes sense. That's what they had to do to make this run. Like it's perfectly fine. It's something that if you're on a CRT, you probably really wouldn't notice that.
Yeah, probably not.
At the 35-yard line. Run by number 39 for a gain of...
sweet. Okay, good.
Personal foul, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
1st and 10 at the 18-yard line. Pass complete to number 80 for a gain of...
I just like diving at people afterwards, you know?
You know, it's fair.
Like,
that's fair.
If you give me the option to basically turn this into NFL Blitz, I'm going to take it.
Yep. Understandable. I don't know why that was how that worked out.
Yeah.
Because I aimed for the man on the left, and then he decided to just cut across that whole field.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes, like, if you wait too long, they just decide on some routes, and you're like, no.
I don't know why I did that. Okay.
Dang, still got it.
Pass complete to number 80. Loss of 3 yards.
All right, 4th down, Alex.
Let's see. This is probably not the move.
And 11 at the 20-yard line.
Yes! Got that sack.
Nice.
All right, and that's NCAA football.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really that bad overall. Yeah. Like, not like my first choice at all, but it does the job, I think, decently well.
Yeah, I think so. It's doing its thing.
So let's see if Sony's able to do just as well. With NCAA Gamebreaker 99.
All right.
Released on October 31st of 1998, which considerably later, for reasons I'm not really sure why.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting case where 989 is listed as the developer instead of Redline. I'm not really sure. Or Red Zone, I should say.
Yeah.
And of course, published. Okay, never mind. Red Zone Interactive. No. Okay, so I messed that up. Don't worry about me. Released for the PlayStation. Cover athlete. I put a bunch of question marks there, but I'm pretty sure it's Scott Frost.
Okay.
The reason why I did that is because Eric Couch is also a Nebraska quarterback who was on the team at the time.
Huh.
But this year he was redshirted. The following year he would take over for Scott Frost, who would graduate. And he also wore number 7. So I was a little confused about that, but it's almost definitely Scott Frost.
Okay.
I don't have anything overly interesting to say about Scott Frost, other than he's the current head coach of Nebraska.
Huh.
And he's a whiny man. When college football shut down, he agitated in order to have it restarted.
Oh.
And he's one of the reasons why the Big 12 ended up getting restarted. And for his part, Nebraska went 3-5.
All right. Well,
good on him.
Yeah. Great.
So to start with, there's recruiting in this game.
All right.
You probably are wondering like how the recruiting works. Well, you go and select blue chip recruiting, and North Texas, we're gonna make sure you get a player. So you go through each position, and these are randomly generated. It's like, all right, I want this 94 player. Okay, now I'm gonna focus on this 92, this one. Yeah, no. I don't know why you wouldn't focus on the really good players. I guess you're probably more likely to get the players that aren't good.
Yeah.
But I believe in going big or going home.
Oh, well then.
And that's where it tells you, eat it. You're not getting any of them. And if you like do blue chip recruiting again, it resets it all. So you can't like just cheat the system and get as many players as you want. Which makes sense. So, otherwise this has very similar modes compared to the previous version. Bowl season includes pretty much all the major bowls. The difference is like they got all the rights to the mid-major bowls. So like the Sun Bowl's in this, the Northwest Sun Bowl and all the other stupid bowl names that they had at the time. They don't have a lot of the major bowls though. So the New Year's bowls, for instance, are all for EA.
Right.
So for our purposes, we're not going to bother going through that because it's not as funny as seeing the Maxis Bowl. And for the most part, I'm just going to just randomly pick a team. Yeah, Ohio State against Kansas.
Sure.
Fantastic.
It's really weird to me that you still can't have each player pick their teams at the same time.
Right.
As a standard thing.
It's really weird. Yeah, like later Maddens are going to do that, but not here. Yeah. I don't know why they went that route. Like, it's really weird.
Iguana figured that out last year.
They did. They were ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
But yeah, one reason or another, they just
welcome
just
to the
ain't doing it.
campus of the University of Kansas Jayhawks. Today they'll try to be ready to rumble against the Ohio State Buckeye. The wind, negligible, shouldn't be a factor in the game. This is Gamebreaker 99.
All right.
Yeah. It's Keith Jackson, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not sure if this is what the Jayhawk Stadium actually looks like, but you know, I'm just gonna assume it's pretty close enough-ish.
I would like to point out that defaulted me to kick.
Yep.
Don't know why that's a thing.
Exactly. Never kick. Always receive. So same thing here. I think we'll just do 2 drives each.
Okay.
Or 1 drive each, I guess I should say. Because this is not going to be significantly different.
No. Okay. You got a limited control scheme switch.
Yep. I do find it a little interesting that they have gone from having 4 windows to 3.
Yeah.
It's getting more Maddenized here.
A little bit.
Split backs. 7. Here's the handoff. Number 5.
As you can see, otherwise this game is gonna 2 tackles, huh? As you can probably tell, this game basically plays exactly like it.
Yeah.
To a fault in many ways.
To the attack here in the first quarter. Not much there.
And I did play through the bowl season mode because I just want to see if there was anything particularly crazy that goes on with it. And there's
Number
not.
7.
If you do win the national championship, you do get a wonderful still image of the national championship trophy, so that's cool.
All right.
You know, sometimes that's all that matters. Sometimes you're fighting for those still images. Oh, you picked an option play.
Yeah.
Yep, you made a mistake. Or did you?
Nelly, what a hit.
So I think the pitch is like R2? Fair warning though, you can pitch at any time.
Huh.
So, yeah. Be careful when you hit that button.
Goes with a 3-man run. The give. Number 5. Good stop.
Okay. All
right. Let's see what we got here.
Showing Blitz. Get a wrench and tighten him a little.
I was trying to commit pass interference there.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I failed.
Yep.
To be fair, this is about about exactly what I would expect the Kansas Jayhawks versus Ohio State game to go. Like, you just literally just ran at your own offensive line. Yep. You gained 4 yards because you're Ohio State's.
Yep.
Kansas. 3 up front.
Let's see. Can I stop you here?
Number 7. Lined up in the I formation.
Yeah. That's it.
Down the middle. Incomplete.
All right, 4th down.
All right. Let's go for it.
Kansas. Showing an 8-man front.
And, well.
The wide receiver.
All right.
That works about exactly as I expected.
Yep, pretty much. The camera swing on the instant replay is cool.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, some very dynamic touches here and there. Like, these games definitely are getting more and more like presentational aspects and doing a relatively decent job with them.
The Buckeyes 6. The Jayhawks nothing.
Right. Let's see what I can do. Let's see if I can tie the game and take home the gold.
You might be able to win it.
Number 47.
Might be able
You
to.
can figure out how to kick a 3-point.
Might be able to. All right, Kansas. Let's see what your offense is like.
Yeah.
Not particularly excited to find out, to be honest.
Number 14. Lined up in the
All right.
Ooh.
Relatively decent.
He comes out throwing.
Yes. It's like that old strategy still works. Naked bootleg out to the left.
Number 20 in the backfield.
Oh, man.
By number 19.
Thought I had that, too.
So I will say I'm still struck by it's not as much fun to play defense.
Number 20.
Yeah.
In the backfield.
And it's sort of been like that as long as football games have been football games.
Yeah. Offense is where it's at.
Incomplete.
There's going to be... It's not really going to be until like the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
When we finally get one where it's actually like, okay, yeah, no, I could do that.
Intended for the wide receiver.
All right, 4th down. Gotta save it. Gotta win this game. Gotta do it for the fans here in Kansas.
Ohio
Kansas,
State
famous for its hills, apparently.
Sure, why not?
Intercepted.
Well,
Alright.
that's Gamebreaker 99.
Yep.
Let's see if you're gonna get a touchdown. Oh God, you are. No,
almost.
almost. Ah. All right.
Alright.
So I think actually that's gonna be it for like PlayStation games this time around.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, just get rid of that, and we can move on to what's gonna be our final Nintendo 64 game of the stream.
Alright.
And this is gonna be me shutting that off.
While you set that up, I'm gonna take one quick bite of this.
Exactly. Eat your scone, or whatever you have. This is going to be NFL Quarterback Club 99. Released on November, surprisingly late, honestly, November 10th, 1998. Developed by Iguana Entertainment, published by Acclaim. Cover athlete, of course, is Brett Favre. And boy, do I got a story to tell you about Brett Favre.
Oh boy.
But first, let's enjoy this awesome intro of men throwing footballs. They're throwing those footballs. There's cheerleaders. You know, okay, they're still emphasizing the quarterbacks more than I actually expected. Oh, yes, this is an expansion pack game as well. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Oh, boy.
So, nothing too particularly crazy to say about what we have here. We do have the Super Bowl tribute if you want to learn all about the Super Bowl.
All right.
You like reading some text and scrolling?
Not really, no.
You sure?
I think I'm good.
Fine.
You. Thank you, Acclaim.
Yeah, nothing too insane to say here. You can create your own teams.
Okay.
Oh, and there's some good teams, too. Got that Cobra. So good. It's not the best created team that we're going to see here, by the way.
All right.
That's coming up. But yeah, otherwise it's very, very standard. Very, very standard stuff. So we might as well just go ahead and jump into a game.
Okay.
And, oh, actually, maybe I'll select your team. Nope.
Nope.
All right. Well, then guess what? It's going to be Jaguars versus the Eagles.
All right. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Let me just try it.
All right. Let me just make sure that things are plugged in and working. It should be. Well, that's okay. How about we'll do this?
All right.
I'll just let you do a thing, and I will tell you a little story about a man by the name of Brett Favre.
Tell me about that, Mr. Favre.
This is Mike Patrick alongside
So,
Randy Cross.
this story is going to be paraphrased from a great autobiography about Brett Favre called Gunslinger by Jeff Pearlman.
Thanks, Randy. We're about set for the coin toss
Oh, man.
now, so
Oh, yeah, there actually is a surprise amount of commentary in this game.
Our head official makes the call.
Captain, call it in the air.
So, Brett Favre loved to play pranks. He was a practical jokester and would terrorize anyone who was near him. Now, whether this was teammates, coaches, or his own family, I know, he's one of those guys.
Yeah.
Including his own wife. No one was spared. It turns out, though, that one of the worst things that happened to Brett gifted him his best practical joke.
Uh-huh.
So this is going to be a story that's going to be an emotional roller coaster.
Okay.
So on July 14th, 1999, while he was the quarterback at Southern Miss. Oh, fun fact, in order to do anything in this game, you have to hit the Z button.
What?
Delay of game, Philadelphia. 5-yard penalty.
Okay, yeah. One of the triggers is going to be the Z button. I forget which one I mapped it to. There you go.
Oh,
and you got hit again?
And we're underway.
Ah, there you go. Hey, it's perfect. So, yeah. So, in July 14th, 1990, when he was at Southern Miss, Brett Favre was coming back from a party with a bunch of friends, including his brother. He took his own car. All the rest of his friends were in another car. Now, Brett was driving by himself, doing about 70 miles per hour on a 35-mile-per-hour road.
All right.
And he was pretty drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's driving back to his hometown of Clinton, Mississippi. And what happened next was a little unclear, because the story has changed over the years. Whether he was blinded by the oncoming headlights of a truck, or he swerved off the road and lost traction on gravel, the result was the same. It resulted in him flipping his car multiple times, end over end.
Oof.
Now, when his friends, who thankfully were following him, stopped and tried to find him, he wasn't in the front seat anymore. That's because he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. He was in the back. Now, you would think that this would probably, kill a man.
You would think, yeah.
But Brett Favre is a lucky man. His injuries were actually relatively minor. He ended up with a liver hematoma, which is a little blood buildup that's inside the body that ended up having he had to have surgery on, and what was called abdominal soreness.
Okay.
Now, the one thing that did happen during surgery, though, is there was a complication. There was a blood blockage to his intestines that forced the physicians to remove 30 inches of his intestines.
God. All right.
Oh, yes. Alex, what do you know about intestines and how they regulate your smells?
I know that they're supposed to do that.
Yes. Well, let me tell you all about it. And this is where being a nurse is fantastic. So, the intestines are a fantastical thing because not only do they help you digest, they also move in and out fluids and move in and out electrolytes. They constantly are absorbing all the way up to the colon. And so a lot of times they reabsorb water in your large intestine, and that's what brings out the electrolytes and other foul-smelling material. So the problem is, though, is like when you lose that significant amount of intestine, you develop what's called malabsorption.
Okay.
Now, malabsorption, depending on how much of your intestine you lose, can be either a bad thing or it can just lead to very, very smelly farts.
Okay.
People find this incredibly unpleasant. Not Brett Favre. No, Brett Favre honestly found this hilarious.
Oh,
because you see, Brett Favre's favorite jokes involve bad smells. Whether it's setting off stink bombs in the practice facilities, or if it was him... That was a weird movement.
Yeah.
Or if it was him buying a fart machine and using it on the assistant coaches. Brett Favre loved farts. And the fact that he now had an on-command ability to unleash the just most ghastly farts was something that he felt was the greatest thing in the world. So he would literally just walk into a room, let loose a fart, watch as everybody's eyes just watered and gagged, and then would laugh and leave the room. And once again, he would do this to everybody. It didn't matter if it was teammates or if it was like his family.
Right.
Like he would do it to everybody. And he absolutely loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the story of Brett Favre and how a drunk driving accident somehow accidentally rewarded him.
Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing.
How you liking Quarterback Club so far?
I have no idea how to play this game.
Fantastic.
I don't... This game is visually very impressive.
Yes, it is.
I'm having a terrible time playing it.
So it's a Quarterback Club game.
Yeah. I don't...
So you figured out how to evolve the Z-Trigger.
Yeah.
So Z-Trigger brings up the passing tree.
Okay.
And then you hit a button.
Got it.
And remember that the control stick is going to be your C buttons.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so they did a lot of work to kind of gussy up the AI in this game. Because everybody agreed that the AI in this was incredibly, incredibly bad. So they actually ended up bringing in a few advisors. Most specifically, Charlie Weiss, who was the then offensive coordinator for the New York Jets, to write strategies and give like other tips. As I've wrote here, it didn't work.
No.
The first kickoff I actually did apparently was a flub. It landed on the opponent's 40-yard line, and then the opponent just stared at it. And then my player was able to recover it. Now, to be fair, he did try to pick it up once, but when he failed, he didn't stare at it. So there was an attempt, at least.
All right.
Has commentary, once again, which is kind of nice. And another thing is that the game engine is apparently a modified version of the Turok engine.
Okay. That makes sense.
It does. So one thing I also didn't... I should have taken some time to go through and select. We should have selected these teams as well. I didn't know that the jet sweep was in this game. That's cool.
Run out to the 16-yard line.
NFL Europe teams are in this game.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so I think this is the first game where that's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
So yeah, you can play as the Rainfire and what other teams existed that aren't the Rainfire. I don't... there's one that involves dragons. I think it was the Frankfurt Dragons.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right, that would make sense.
Yeah,
okay.
So... that's kind of neat. But yeah, this game did make use of the expansion pack. The expansion pack was a 4 megabit RAM, expansion that you could actually put in the N64. And yeah, the game looks absolutely fantastic with it. Game looks fantastic without it. I don't know what the visual downgrades are without it. I'd like to say that the resolution is dropped. This is still in the high resolution mode.
Right.
The reason why I'm saying that is because Turok 2 did that. If you had the expansion pack, it rendered in high resolution as opposed to low.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
Nothing else. It's a little bit more difficult to do a second set of render passes and whatnot for 3D graphics and all that. But yeah, Guana Entertainment knows how to make a really pretty looking game.
They do. I'll give them that.
And with the commentary is not gonna sit here and say it's the world's greatest.
No, but it's good.
Yeah, I can't help but feel there are some slight.
That's a thing you can do.
You learned how to do that. I've done that before.
So that's what the right bumper does.
Yeah, so I can't help but feel like there's some emulation issues that are going on here, particularly on that kickoff. It speeds up a little bit. Unfortunately, we're not able to use this in a more accurate emulator because the state of N64 emulation is that sometimes games just don't work on certain emulators.
Right.
And Quarterback Club 99 was the only one that didn't work on my preferred choice of emulator cores.
Right.
Which is Glide N64. So we had to use Project 64 in order to make this run, and causes issues.
Yeah, a little bit.
Second and 10.
Right, how about we make this our last drive, and then we'll move on.
I agree.
Because we're in the home stretch. We got some. Boy, I got some exciting stuff to show you.
Just straight up to that out of bounds.
Yep.
Defense on that play.
I mean, to be fair,
Perfect cover 3 zone.
Brian Hoyen. I mean, Bobby Hoyen.
Third and 10. Ball on the 20-yard line. Down. Hut.
Oh.
All right.
That was a run that like looked really impressive to start with, like all the animations.
Yeah, and then
it stopped.
Yep.
Very quickly.
Oh, what's my distance? 4?
Yep, 4 yards to go.
I can rush 4.
4th and 4. Ball on the 26-yard line. Down. Hut.
Let's see if you can do it. Oh, you can.
Oh, I can. Oh, my camera shake is nice. It's a good effect.
Yeah, so far, like looking at this, like it looks like just like the rushing attack in general seems to like work pretty well.
Yeah.
Like you're able to go up the gut pretty effectively. Like it looks pretty natural, which is a big step up from not game day, Quarterback Club 98.
Oops, that was not the person I meant.
Happens to the best of us.
Second and 10. Ball on the 33-yard line.
And of course, you are playing with that disadvantage of, since it's not in 64 controllers, some of those button presses are actually stick presses.
Right.
Because that's kind of the only real sensible way to do things on that controller.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, I'm excited about that.
That was a skeleton.
Yeah, I was an excited boy.
Ball on the 25-yard line. Hut.
Oof.
Another
All right.
4th and 23. You think you can get that first down, Alex?
Let's find out.
All right.
Probably, yeah.
That's the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
4th and long. Ball on the 20-yard line. Hut.
Nobody ran the route that I expected them to run on that.
No, not so much.
Like, I saw what play you selected. Oh, well, that's Quarterback Club 99.
All right.
Alex, would you believe it gets worse from there?
Yeah, I kind of would. Like, that wasn't bottom of the barrel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. One thing I'm going to say is, I actually have nothing good to say.
Okay, let's.
I thought I did, and
let's just hit it.
And I was wrong. So our next game is gonna be NFL Blitz for the Game Boy.
Oh, this is gonna be a mistake.
Yeah, I bet you thought you were gonna avoid very bad Game Boy games, did you?
Oh, hello, Digital Eclipse.
Digital Eclipse.
Hello.
Yeah. I was really shocked by that too. But yeah, this is a video game if there ever was one. My apologies. There is just one minor issue.
No refs. Pass interference is legal.
Yep. Do everything you want to do. So yeah, in order to cash in, they decided to make a port of NFL Blitz for Game Boy Color.
Oh boy.
First off, this actually has printer support. If you have a Game Boy printer, you can print out these stats. Yeah, I felt that was really surprising too.
That. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, that's actually paused. Did you know that? I didn't. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's how you get rid of the hard hits.
Good, excellent.
Yeah. Oh, it's so bad, Alex. It's so bad.
Oh boy. Oh yeah.
But they do an attempt at actually making Blitz happen.
Yeah.
The controls actually control like you would expect.
All right, yeah.
The problem is it's very, very slow. You don't know where your players are.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a problem. Also, it has this like really like good like ZX Spectrum almost sounds to it. Man, yeah, you just like stopped running around. Like,
yeah,
I had no chance there. So I guess while we're taking a look at this fine piece of action, Digital Eclipse.
Yep.
Weird company. Mm-hmm. Because this Digital Eclipse is not the Digital Eclipse you think it is.
Okay.
Digital Eclipse was a company that was known for doing a lot of like shovelware like this back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they were bought out completely.
Okay.
And just went away, you know? And that is a cheerleader.
Sure was.
And like some of the original like founders of it were quite sad by that. So they ended up actually recreating the company later with video game historian Frank Cifaldi.
Huh.
And that's the Digital Eclipse that we know of today. The one that's more like about video game presentation, does like those really good emulation ports.
Yeah.
Like Mega Man Legacy Collection, all that. Yeah. It's kind of weird that it was really weird to see that logo initially. Fumble.
I don't understand how.
This game is unplayable, Alex.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I can't tell what's happening. I don't know what I would do if I was holding this controller.
Yeah.
Everything about this just looks the worst.
Yep. Ugh. Yeah, this is no good. We're not going to play too much more of this.
Yeah.
Like, one thing I'm trying to figure out is, like, how am I supposed to... I have a turbo meter, but I don't know how to use the turbo meter.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's, like, both buttons.
Yeah,
it's both buttons together.
Yeah, of course it is.
Oh, boy. That's a choice. I mean, it's a 3-button game normally, so I guess you gotta do what you gotta do, but... see if there's something, like, fun for, like... Oh, look at that.
Wow.
It's good. Yay!
Oh, boy.
We can print these out.
Wow.
Press A to print.
No. I won't, though.
We should stop playing this game.
We should, yes. Everyone should stop playing this game.
Oh. So, yeah. That's NFL Blitz. That's our one and only Game Boy Color game.
Wow. Never again, said everyone.
Yep, never again. Never again. So, before we move on, I do want to point out that there was... a follow-up to NFL Blitz called Blitz 99.
All right.
We're not going to play it because it is functionally identical to the original NFL Blitz. Okay. It's 4-player now. They do have on-fire mode.
Okay.
And they do have updated rosters.
Okay.
One cool thing I do want to say is if you took your N64 cartridge in, you could slot it into the arcade cabinet.
Oh,
because you can create plays in Blitz 64.
Uh-huh.
And you could import them into Blitz 99 in order to use.
Oh, cool.
So it has some really cool features, but otherwise it's nothing that's too particularly crazy to take a look at.
Right.
But now, Alex, it's time for our final game.
All right.
It's been a very, very long journey today.
Uh-huh.
But we have, quite frankly, a hell of a game.
Oh, man.
So a big reason why I wanted to go this late was to get to this game. Because we're now in the year 1999.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural year of the NFL.
The Sega Dreamcast came out in 1999, Alex.
Yes, it did.
I'm Clark Dishman, and for the next
we started out with an incredibly weird Sega product, and now we're going to end with a much better Sega product. This is NFL 2K.
Over to the big 2000. People around the world are
and I know the 2K label by reputation.
We also have some questions about the year 2000.
It is a well-known piece of goodness, and I mean that sincerely.
Yep.
Or will they be dethroned along the way?
Just like this intro is just like really good.
Offense? Or will the crushing defense of yesteryear return? Will even more records fall?
It's going to be the passing game.
Or will some forever withstand the test of time?
Also, one of the final games of Dan Marino.
These are some of the questions we hope to answer along the way in a game where millions of viewers and thousands of fans watch a battlefield of 100 yards for 60 minutes, where 22 men from 2
It is so over the top, and yet
so good.
Oh!
All right.
Yep. NFL 2K.
Strong.
So strong. Oh. So yeah, NFL 2K released September 9th, 1999, which is also the release date of the Dreamcast.
Yep.
Developed by Visual Concepts, published by Sega for the Dreamcast. Cover athlete is Randy Moss. So, start off with, if you don't have a profile save, they just start you on rookie. Because they're like, hey, listen, you need to learn.
Fair.
It's like, great.
Yeah.
I appreciate you doing that. So, customizations, your standard things, players and teams. The teams are great, mostly because some of the logos are absolutely horrendous. First off, you got Satfish. That is not Barracuda. My favorite.
Oh my.
The Bullfrog, who is just really tired of whatever inane stuff you are talking about right now. This Buzzard. A Commando.
Alright.
The Flurry. A Rhino.
Okay.
The Shock. The Terminators. Warhawk. And the Water Boys.
Alright.
Yeah, these are maybe my best logos.
Yeah.
Also, this guitar riff really does go on for that long. It was not the audio bugging out.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, the presentation in this game is pretty good. There's some bare bones parts like this. These menus are like kind of bad. But I mean, this was clearly like their first product. Oh, you can great place as well. Like, they clearly had some ideas going on here. And really, the big thing about this is just the game is really good. So, as far as teams, it's your pretty standard slate of teams. Although...
Oh, I think I took that.
Yeah. Although you also get, like, you get all pros. And you also do, like, regional teams as well. So, like, if I can't get to them real quick. Yeah. Like Mountain West, Northeast, Southeast. It's really strange that they do that, but yeah, it's kind of neat. I'm not going to hate it. Yeah, there we go. We should have the team that has Randy Moss in here. I don't know if there's any particular stadiums that are particularly crazy here. Oh, yeah, we do have some special stadiums. Like, they do ones for each individual created team.
Yeah.
Let's play Bullfrog Arena.
Alright, yeah. I saw they did have Aloha Stadium in there, too.
Indeed they did. So yeah. Game's gonna load so quickly that it's gonna make the logo seem like it's broken, but it's not.
It's the AFC
Portland, Oregon.
the
Interesting.
NFC. I'm Dan Stevens, and with me is Peter O'Keefe. And we should have a great battle about to start on the Sega Sports Network.
Is the best!
What do you think of this?
So good!
With a close to perfect 15-1 record, the Vikings have shown that they're the team to beat in the NFC.
Oh man,
they have
yeah.
no chinks in
Okay,
their
they
armor.
are putting
looking forward to
some
winning
stuff
the Super
on
Bowl
display
this year.
right now.
Yeah.
Head with Buffalo.
Oh, it's
and the
just
Bills
so good.
know how to
These
win,
animations
as their 10-6
are
record of last year shows. But
unlike
everyone's
anything
wondering
we've
if they can
seen
be
so far.
successful in the postseason.
Yeah.
Body proportions are a little Gorilla Man-ish.
Oh yeah, the body proportions are messed up in this. They're gonna fix that in later ones.
Okay.
We'll see how they respond.
Give it a year and they're gonna look a lot better.
Alright.
But yeah, it just looks so good. Yeah, you gotta hold direction to hit X. It's a little strange about that, but
yeah.
The return squad take the field.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I see what they're doing.
yeah, it's a little strange. It does take a little get used to.
Yeah. It's a weird radio menu kind of thing.
Yeah, they do get better about that in later ones, but that's going to be the basic menu.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess I should tell you a little bit about good old Randy Moss.
Yeah.
So Randy Moss, similar to Brett Favre, is going to be on the cover of NFL 2K for the next 3 seasons. So we're not going to go over his entire career.
Okay.
We're instead going to go over the start of his career and just kind of sprinkle in little tidbits for the other games.
This is a good presentation, I gotta say.
Yes.
This is A+ presentation.
Yeah, tells you exactly what's going on.
Yep.
Strange how that works.
Amazing. Oh.
By the way, L&R allows you to zoom out and see what's going on.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, A button is to dash.
Yeah. So,
Randy Moss has a bit of an interesting career to go over and digest. To start with, he is arguably the greatest wide receiver to ever play whose name is not Jerry Rice. Some people would actually argue that he's even better than Jerry Rice. It's something I personally don't agree with, but it's also an argument that I'm willing to entertain, which, if nothing else, speaks volumes about how good this man was.
Right.
So, Randy had a bit of a weird path to the NFL, and that's primarily what we're going to talk about right now. So, he was highly recruited coming out of high school, and he signed a letter of intent with Notre Dame. Now, unfortunately, something happened that is going to derail that. He's going to be with a friend of his, and his friend's going to run into somebody else, and that person is going to say some very racist stuff, apparently, to his friend. And so Randy Moss is going to basically react like any high schooler is going to react. He's going to defend his friend and beat the hell out of this kid. Now, reportedly, he only kicked him once, but he was charged with a felony. Now, it got pled down to a misdemeanor.
Right.
And my thought is it probably was just a high school fight that was overreacted. But regardless, because of that, Notre Dame rescinded the letter of intent.
Right.
And they said, though, hey, listen, you should go to Florida State. Bobby Bowden and his team down there, they work with troubled players. So, yeah, exactly. And so it was like, okay, fine. So he went down to Florida State. Problem is he never played snap for Florida State because he did something that was even worse than punching a potential racist and or kicking a potential racist, which is he smoked weed.
Oh no!
Oh no, indeed! So he was kicked off the team. So because of that, he instead had to go to the Marshall Thundering Herd, a Division I AA team, or at least for the first season. Later seasons they played in Division 1A, which is basically where all the major teams play. That's the wrong button there. That's unfortunate. So, while he was at the Thundering Herd, it turns out he was a fantastic player. And it turns out the Thundering Herd actually weren't a bad team either. They had a future NFL quarterback in Chad Pennington. A quarterback who himself was very good when he could actually stay healthy. Should have expected that. That's what happened when you throw a Hail Mary. And, like, he excelled at Marshall. I mean, to the point that he was fourth in the Heisman Trophy finalist standings. Which, once again, that was when Charles Woodson won. Peyton Manning was there, Ryan Leaf was there. So, you know, while he was a pretty distant fourth, the fact that you're even among those particular players really speaks volumes to how good you are. So, needless to say, coming out of college, he was highly sought after and was expected to be a first-round pick. Unfortunately, people were worried about the fact that he had character issues.
Right.
Now, one team that didn't seem to really care about that was the Dallas Cowboys. Story goes that Jerry Jones approached Randy and said if he was still on the board, they were going to select him. And this seems to be true because he went down and actually went to Dallas and visited Deion Sanders. And there's like a really fun story that he tells about that, him being super excited to meet Deion Sanders. That's how I expected that to go with this team. And so, like, it seems like it was completely true. Unfortunately, when the Cowboys' turn came up, Randy was still on the board, and they selected Greg Ellis instead. Now, Ellis wasn't a bad player. He went to the Pro Bowl once. It was just a solid defensive end. But he was not Randy Moss. In fact, a lot of teams passed up on Randy Moss at the wide receivers, such as the Tennessee Titans, who actually drafted a wide receiver, Kevin Dyson, who was pretty good, but not Randy Moss. So, this is all leading to his rookie year, where he basically just destroys the NFL, including a game on Thanksgiving Day against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, needless to say, Randy wasn't happy.
Yeah.
And Randy proved that by catching 3 passes in that game. Which normally is not that great for a wide receiver.
Right.
But each pass was for over 50 yards.
Good God.
And all 3 of them for touchdowns.
Good God.
Yep. In fact, every time he would play Dallas, he would absolutely wreck them. As if to say, you should have drafted me.
Yeah, probably should have.
Could pick it off.
Randall Cunningham took a chance
And that's all I got to say about Randy Moss for now. But we're going to have a lot more really good Randy Moss.
I can imagine, yeah. If that... Okay, so...
Yeah, that one you just point to where you want to. Yeah, no, this is so sensible.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, you just...
It's also the first time I've ever thought about adjusting the pitch of the kick.
Right? Yeah.
81 fields the
Also,
ball.
I gotta say, I was having the thought as it was happening that when I went for the touchdown and I got tackled and there was the animation of him staggering over and then reaching for it.
Yeah.
Like, that made me feel things.
Didn't it?
I felt tension in that moment.
Right. Like, the presentation aspect is off the charts. The way this game feels.
It feels great.
Yeah.
He was met at the line of scrimmage where his progress
like, this is just... It is a legitimately well-programmed game.
Yep.
And that makes it even more impressive when you remember who the developer is. The developer is Visual Concepts, which... Remember the last time we talked about Visual Concepts?
It was a while ago.
It was. It was in context of a game that didn't come out, Madden 96.
Right, yes.
To remind everybody, Visual Concepts was founded by Scott Peterson, and their big claim to fame is that they made Madden 95 for the Super Nintendo actually run well. Like, run just as well, if not better, than the Genesis version. Which is a big deal in the sense that previous versions of that game just ran terribly. And so because of that, like, they were given the task of making Madden 96 for the PlayStation. This unfortunately didn't really work out that well for them because their entire senior leadership left to form Tiburon, who then proceeded to work on Madden 96 for the Super Nintendo. And so they were working with a new system. It was a young team that was inexperienced, and the game never came out, and they parted ways. Well, what happened after that is that they still made games. In fact, they made sports games. They made a couple of basketball games for the PlayStation and Saturn. And they also made a game called One, which is a very bad run and gun game. That
Jake Reed
so awful. It's a very awful game. But the point is that Sega was impressed with what they were doing enough that they bought a minority ownership in them, and eventually just bought them outright. And then they put him in charge of making the NFL 2K series, the NBA 2K series, and the NHL 2K series. And needless to say, they're gonna be really well known for these games, and they're gonna be of a quality that, in many ways, is gonna be unmatched for a little while. Now, you're probably wondering, though, EA is probably not going to stand for this, and they're going to probably want to put out a Madden game for the Dreamcast that's just as good, if not better.
Right.
You'd be wrong, because it turns out that EA did not want to compete. EA actually straight up told Sega that, hey, if you make a game for the Dreamcast that is a football game,
right,
we are not going to put out our sports games on this console.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so, naturally, Sega was like, hey, you're not going to tell us what we're going to do.
Right.
And so they started making NFL 2K, and EA announced that they were not going to support the Sega Dreamcast. Now, this is considered to be one of the death knells for the Dreamcast before it even started, because, and unfortunately it's probably true, because EA was one of the most popular companies at the time. They were one of the largest North American publishers.
Right.
That's a really bad thing, to not have their games on your console.
Yeah, it's not good.
So,
he threw that one into
because of that, though, it feels like they had a real chip on their shoulder. Like,
that receiver was not
they wanted to like really make sure that they were going to get this right and just do better than them. And between this and NBA 2K, Sega's going to be probably the premier like makers of sports games.
Did a great job capitalizing on the opportunity there. That offensive line.
And honestly, given like what I've been playing so far,
yeah. So this is sort of where I come into a vague knowledge of my own of sports games, not because I was into sports games in particular.
Yeah.
This is just when I started, around when I started reading game magazines, and Game Pro, etc. And so even if I wasn't really like paying attention to the sports games, I'd still see the review scores. And like, I remember consistently the thing was always sort of, yeah, EA's game is pretty good, Madden's pretty good, the EA's NPA is pretty good. Have you seen that 2K game?
Yeah. Yeah, it was everybody just saying, just nothing but glowing things about 2K. Like, you gotta play 2K. Like, that's the reason to own the Dreamcast. Yeah, it's... Like, I remember going over to, like, a friend's house and, like... Because, like, I had a Dreamcast, but I didn't have, like, NBA 2K. And seeing them, like, pop in NBA 2K and be like, that looks so good.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, nothing I've ever seen. I keep hitting the wrong L button. Keep messing myself up. Yeah, it's... It's hard to overstate just, like, how... how amazing these games were.
Yeah, like, especially compared to the things we've played, the other things we played today, which, you know, they're for, I guess you would say the last generation. Yeah. Pretty good. But yeah, especially for just coming out of nowhere as a studio, this is...
secondary wasn't one of the ones who grabbed it.
Yeah, like, usually you need time to, like, really put together a good game. Like, it takes years of iteration. And in this case, they just kind of just made a game.
Yeah.
And they made it real good.
Yeah.
This is not one of them. I mean, really not.
Yeah, so the NFL 2K series is going to be something that's going to be really pushy. It's going to be the series that's going to be pushy Madden. It's not going to be game day. It's not going to be quarterback look. It's going to be this from now on.
Yeah.
Cunningham over the middle. Reed was the intended receiver. Incomplete. Second down.
And, like, the games are just going to get nothing. They're going to get better from here. Which is kind of amazing.
Oh, Dan, he was just lucky that wasn't an interception. Those linemen must be fuming that they couldn't get that pitch.
Throws to center field.
Oh, man. I'm not shocked because, like, this Minnesota team was ridiculous. I want at least one more drive before we end this. Because Flutie wasn't bad around this time. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Okay, can I... okay, no, that's not undo...
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then you have to use LNR to go through the menus.
Okay, how do I...
There you go. Yeah.
Is it goal line or special? No. Special.
Yep, and then probably one field goal.
That was a pass.
That was field goal pass.
Gosh darn it. Well,
it's a good thing I accidentally picked like a regular defensive play.
Maybe they'll let me do it anyway.
And a flag is down.
Delay of game.
Hey, that's going to work out well for you.
Offense.
It took me like 10 seconds until he even let me press the game. Press a button.
Oh.
The penalty is declined.
Alright. Let's. Alright. Special field. Alright.
One thing I will say, the menus are going to definitely get a little better as time goes on.
Okay, do I need to like press a button faster than that?
There we go.
Okay.
It's up. And the extra point is good. Nice job.
All right, so final drive.
All right.
By at least 2 scores, 13-0.
Oh, man.
Berger gives the referee the signal for the kickoff. And he kicks it
playing
away.
this game for the first time has been fantastic. Like, I never had any of the 2K games for the Dreamcast, despite absolutely loving the Dreamcast.
And then gets hauled down.
No, the football games I had for this were, well, the next stream we're going to play them. And you're going to see why I'm sad. Yeah, critical reception for these games at the time was incredibly good. I know EGM gave it a 9.0, and generally it was like around the 90% range. 2K1 is actually going to be even better.
Yeah, I think 2K1 was what I always heard about.
Yeah, 2K1 has a Metacritic of 98.
Yep.
Which is insane for a sports game.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
That will be a first down.
They went all in on these animations, too.
They really did.
That's one of many good additions to add to his season to date.
But yeah, it's been a real joy to like discover this game, or rediscover, I guess, and like play for the first time. Let's just see what people thought.
Yeah.
And like experience it for myself finally, because like yeah, these games were like mythical.
Well, this is a very important second down, Dan. They need to get some yards here.
Right, let's see if I can't one of these get 7 points.
Flutie puts it up and is going for it all.
Yes!
Gets it, and he'll be plenty past the first down.
Man, nice. And like they get like decently excited and everything.
Yeah. No, commentary's really good. Gives a good energy.
Yeah.
Makes him such a great quarterback.
He's really showing some stuff out there. Those receivers are loving it.
Their brand new first down, 10 yards. It's snapped. He's going for the point. Second down.
Yeah, nothing about that was good.
You know, I like this secondary. Look at how they knocked the ball away there.
And we have reached the 2-minute warning. Ball on the.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there was like quite a few hours of like commentary that were recorded.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if I've heard anything like specific for like players.
Yeah.
But like definitely there's a lot of like situational stuff. And like that's just impressive by itself. Let's see what we got here. Come on, Flutie. Yeah, nothing was going to happen there.
Yeah.
It was a screen pass that did not work out properly.
Good defensive pressure can produce so many benefits. In this case, it quickly eliminated any of the choices that the quarterback might have had.
Ball at the 11-yard line.
Oh, there we go. Yes! All right.
Nice.
What a marksman. He knows where to shuttle the ball so the receiver.
Man, look at that. Not bad.
Put that football right in the hip pocket of the receiver.
Yeah.
I think some of those receivers
this is a good one.
This is a good one. This is a good way to end this.
I agree.
Making it too easy on them.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Yeah.
Yep,
Are you
yep.
willing to take a
And
on the days when I'm saying
I'm really excited to see like how this is the series is gonna progress from here.
Yeah.
But with that, we got through 97, 98. We got a little bit into 99. Next time we do this, we're going to be seeing a bit more of the PlayStation and N64. And we're going to also see Acclaim make an attempt on the Sega Dreamcast as well. With a game that is going to be, let's call it special.
Oh, boy.
There's also going to be a few additional PC games. We're actually going to be seeing some legit PC games as well, as we see Backyard Football and NFL Fever, oddly enough, show up. And so it's going to be, it's not going to just be seeing us seeing the same 3 franchises over and over.
Right, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how those games progress, because this era is a little bit hazy for me. Like the late PS1, late N64 era.
Yeah.
Because literally I just had one football game for the Dreamcast, and it was a bad one.
Oof.
But yeah, Alex, do you have any any parting wisdom or any other thoughts?
No. Not really. Other than just I really enjoyed seeing this. It was really interesting to watch the sort of gradual development with the odd leap forward. Yeah.
It was interesting to like start with 2D sprites and with the Sega Dreamcast full on accurate presentation and all that.
Just throw all the power at it.
Yeah, like we went from 0 to 60 so quickly, right? Like 97, we saw like the final Genesis game that we're gonna have on stream, and then all of a sudden it's like, we're in the next generation of consoles. Yeah. So yeah, next time we'll be finishing up the year 1999, probably cover 2000 as well. Okay. We're going to once again see how Sega continues to move forward the NFL 2K franchise, see what Madden kind of does to help match up with that, and what exactly Sony's going to do to keep up, as well as see some really weird PC games.
Oh, yay.
So yeah, And also, the Game Boy is going to come back with a vengeance.
Oh, good. Oh, great.
Yeah, but they're going to start putting out Madden games for the Game Boy Color again.
It always works. Every time.
Every single time.
On the Game Boy.
This time it's going to be better. This time will be different.
Mm-hmm.
This time will be different.
I'm sure.
But that'll be for another time. Thank you, everybody who's joined us today. It was a really good crowd, and I really do appreciate y'all coming and spending quite a bit of time with us. This is easily like the longest stream we've ever done.
Yeah, definitely.
Next stream probably won't be as long. 97 was a packed year.
Yep.
But we'll figure out when next time we're going to do one then. Probably about 3 weeks or a month or so.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But with that, I'm Michael.
I'm Alex.
Take care, everybody.
See you guys later.